Good morning from Council Chambers. Just a friendly reminder that we're now live on the YouTube and the web streaming.
Good morning, everyone. Actually, it's nice to see some chatter in the Chamber Hall, and nice to see many, many faces. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Sotu, Blackfoot, and Kotasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And I will do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor
Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Chans.
Good morning.
All right. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
I'll move that the April 4th, 5th, and 6th, we don't have to use all that time, guys, but the April 4th, 5th, and 6th, 2022 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of 6.10, 2022 Day Service Operator Agreement, 9.8 GF Seniors Housing Board, 9.10 Collective Bargaining Update, and the deletions of item 9.2 Collective Bargaining Verbal Report and 9.9 Fire Rescue Services Verbal Report.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rice. Any questions on the adoption of the agenda? Seeing.
Yes.
Sorry, Councillor Tang.
Why are we deleting those two items?
So item 9.2 is being deleted and being replaced by 9.10, and 9.9 was actually added after the ARC agenda went out, and it is no longer required.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
I'm a yes too.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
And me, yes, as well.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Jans.
I'm a yes as well.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Adoption of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll move the adoption of the minutes from the March 14th, 15th, 22nd, 2022 City Council meeting and the March 15th, 2022 City Council public hearing.
I need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Rice. Any questions on the adoption of the minutes? Seeing none, please vote.
In favor.
Thanks, Councillor Jans.
Yes as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. Absolutely. I want to welcome Forest Heights grade 5 and 6 German bilingual class with their teacher, Kirsten Janiak, Ward Métis. Your counselor is Councillor Salvador. She is joining us virtually. we welcome you to City Hall. Welcome. And nice to see everyone. Yeah. I also have another protocol item. Today, I am grateful for the opportunity to recognize people in our community that we hope we never have to call, but we are incredibly grateful for them when we do call them. I'm talking about the telecommunications personnel in public safety, also known as emergency communication specialists or emergency dispatchers. These are the first responders that are truly the first point of contact for citizens when they have an emergency. Starting April 10th, our city will be celebrating National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. Over the last year, they have experienced overwhelming call volumes as a result of the opioid crisis, civil protests, weather events, and many other instances where Edmontonians needed urgent help. In the midst of these challenges, they remain committed to serving our city, making sure that when we call 911 on the worst day of our lives, a calm, positive, well-trained, and reassuring voice will be on the other end of the phone. And they work to support a prompt response that is critical for the protection of life, property, and the environment. While emergency communication specialists gather and process vital information from very distressed callers, they're also providing reassurance and life-saving instructions before a first responder arrives on the scene. After the caller has hung up, many may not realize that they continue to support the on-scene first responders by providing additional data, information, and resources as required. All the while, they're experiencing numerous tragic situations secondhand, which can negatively impact their mental health. They do this all 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, because emergencies don't care what time of the day it is. They are headset heroes of our time of need, in our time of need. The second week of April is designated as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in honor of the people whose diligence and professionalism help keep our city safe. It is set aside so everyone can be made aware of their hard work and dedication. For members of this community joining us today, please stand as I call your name as we recognize you. Brian Singleton, Deputy Fire Chief of Technical Services with Edmonton Rescue Services. Grant Ward. Please remain standing if you don't mind. Yeah. Elson Secord. Elson, probably joining us virtually. Heather Rawlings. And Ann Gibbons. Please join me in showing our appreciation and honoring these local heroes who represent this incredible community, including dispatch officers with the Edmonton Fire Rescue Service, the Edmonton Police Service, Emergency Medical Services, and peace officers. We truly, truly appreciate the work you do and know that our gratitude will continue for you 24/7, 365 days a year. Thank you so much. All right, now over to our city manager, Mr. Corbold. You have an exciting protocol as well.
Thank you very much, Your Worship and Council. Today I'm pleased to welcome and introduce the City of Edmonton's new Deputy City Manager of Community Services, Jennifer Flaman. Ms. Flaman joins us from the Government of Alberta, where she held senior roles including Assistant Deputy Minister in the Departments of International Trade and Intergovernmental Relations, Economic Development and Trade, Executive Council, Infrastructure, and most recently, Education. Over the course of her career, she has been accountable for a number of high-profile portfolios, all of which require collaboration and relationship building with stakeholders across all orders of government and, of course, including First Nations. While at Alberta Infrastructure, she was responsible for the GBA Plus Centre of Excellence, was the executive champion for diversity and inclusion, and with the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, she led that ministry's support for mentally healthy workplaces. Ms. Flaman will be building relationships with the city's community partners, advancing key files like housing, wellness, and inclusion, and leading the delivery of programs that support health and belonging. As a member of the executive leadership team, she will also be moving forward both the city and city plan priorities. So please join me in welcoming again Deputy City Manager Jennifer Flaman to the City of Edmonton. Welcome, Jennifer.
And on behalf of City Council, we welcome you to the addition of our senior leadership team, and we look forward to working with you. Yep. Good. Okay. Select items for debate. All right. Now please sign up. And if you don't mind, go slow when you select items. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. I would like to select 6.1 and 6.2, as well as 610
610. Okay.
and 7.2 just to speak to it.
7.2.
Just to speak to
Got
it.
it.
Yep, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. 6.3, please.
6.3. Thank you, Councillor Jens.
Thank you. 6.6 and that's it.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. 6.4. 9.1. And I'm just wondering if the other verbal reports need to be selected as well. Would it be helpful if I selected those? Or do you want to do that, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, we need to select some of, we don't have to select, just Madam Clerk, we don't have to select the appointments, right?
So 9.3 and 9.4 don't need to be selected, but you may wish to have a conversation about 9.5 and
Yes.
9.5,
And
9.6,
9.7.
and 9.8.
So.
Okay, I will select those 9.5, 9.6, and 9.8, along with 9.1 as well, please.
Okay, all right. Councillor Tang.
910.
Yep. Councillor. All right, so we go back. And I will select the, 6.4 is selected, that's good. Got it. We got all of them.
I think there might be some other selections that might still want to become on the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, Councillor Rutherford, you're, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, it didn't get pulled, but I want to pull it, so 6.7.
6,
So yeah, I thought others would pull it, so I didn't, but yeah, I'll pull it.
6.7, right? Okay. Okay. All right, can someone move that we vote on the items not selected for debate?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Second.
Councillor Hamilton seconded. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. I would ask you at this time to read us back what we have already approved.
And just to confirm that that vote did carry unanimously,
Yes.
13-0.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So council's approved the following two requests to reschedule reports. Item 5.1, active and public transportation, safety and accessibility and equity is coming back to Urban Planning Committee on April 12th. Item 5.2, bylaw 272, which is amendments to council's procedure bylaw and its committee's bylaw, will be coming back shortly as soon as it's able. There's a few other reports that have also been approved this morning without debate. Item 6.5, the Edmonton Strathcona County Footbridge Environmental Impact Assessment and Site Location Study. Item 6.8 coming up from Utility Committee, Single-Use Item Reduction Strategy, as well as 6.9 also from Utility Committee, Multi-Use Strategy Alternative Business Models. Council also approved the recommendations in the following reports under the sections 9.3, council member appointments to the River Valley Alliance, as well as 9.4, council member nominations to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and the reappointments to the Edmonton Public Library, as well as its membership report. And just to confirm, 9.9 and 9.2 have been deleted.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Request to speak? See none. Request for specific time on the agenda. We don't have that, right? But just want to ask the city manager around some of the collective bargaining stuff. Is that time sensitive?
We would like to get that done today if we could, Your Worship.
Okay,
So if we were to go time specific for this
For
morning
what?
or 1:30, that would be very helpful.
yeah, I think it will be good for us to get through that. So would somebody move that we make which would be item 9:10, time specific or 1:30?
I'll move. We make item 9:10, time specific for 1:30.
Second?
Second by Councillor Tang. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
You're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cutmell.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move first reading of item 7.1, bylaw 20048.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
Would you mind declaring it verbally, Councillor Rice?
Yes.
We've got it.
And
Thank you.
just, yeah,
It came
just
through.
come,
Thank you.
not come to my e-screen.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of item 7.3 and 7.4.
Thank you.
Second.
Councillor Stevenson seconded it. Please, any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
Good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 19976 and bylaw 19977.
Thank you,
Second.
Councilor Cartmel. Second by Councilor Stevenson. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote. Oops, just hold on. I gotta vote.
We're good to go.
I'm going to move to bring forward 7.2.
Yep. All right, display the votes, please. That is carried. And if I could ask Councillor Hamilton, if you don't mind bringing forward 7.2, because that's only for voting purposes.
Yeah, I'm going to move, we bring forward item 7.2, that's bylaw 19999.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Cartmel. Right. Please vote to bring it forward. All right.
We're just waiting for Councillor Jans. Thanks, we have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried. So we need to do second and third reading on it, right? So Councillor Cartmel, or Councillor Rutherford, you want to speak to this or just to vote as well?
Yeah, so I'll move second reading of bylaw 19999,
Okay,
and then I'd like to speak to it, yes.
thank you. Seconded by
Second.
Councillor Stevenson. All right, Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
Great, thank you so much. I just really wanted to take a moment to speak to this one because I think it's a lesson learned in trying to shuffle money around. I read this, that we cannot do everything we had anticipated in the December budget. And I wish we had just kept it on the way it was originally financed in the December budget. Since we did have that dividend that could have gone towards this, and now we're putting it on debt. So I'm very excited to see this project move forward. I don't want this project not to move forward. However, I was cautious about the way that we shuffled money around in the budget, and I think that this bylaw coming back demonstrates that that might not have been the most ideal situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Anyone else? Seeing none, please vote.
We're good to go.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'll move third reading of bylaw 19999.
Second.
Second by Councillor Tang. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
Councillor Paquette? We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So we're done with bylaws. Okay, now we are on our first item selected for debate, which is 6.1 capital budget update, emerging items, 50th Street CP rail grade separation, 124th Street renewal, Edmonton Strathcona County Pedestrian Bridge. This was selected by Councillor Rutherford. I understand there is a presentation from the administration.
Yes, your mayor,
Right.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a presentation.
Go ahead.
So if we could get the presentation up. Thank you. Next slide. So this morning, we have three capital projects that require a decision from council related to budget. Each have different reasons, which myself, Mr. Wabaum, and Ms. Ladisseur, who are on the call virtually, will provide more specific details on each of these projects. These projects are coming ahead of the regular SCBA process, as there are time pressures related to awarding a tendered project, which is the case of 50th Street, the ability to tender a project for this construction season, which is 124th Street, and based on a project being at checkpoint 3 for approval with the confirmation of partner funding commitments, which relates to the Edmonton Strathcona Pedestrian Bridge project. Next slide. Before getting into specifics, I wanted to provide council additional information related to what we are seeing in the market and with industry. Prices in Edmonton have been accelerating, not just for consumer goods and services, as council has been made aware of, but for materials and equipment needed for capital projects as well. On this chart, we have year-over-year price growth calculations for two indexes: the National Industrial Product Price Index and the Consumer Price Index for the Edmonton region. The Industrial Product Price Index measures the prices of products sold by Canadian manufacturers, including necessary inputs for capital projects. The prices reflect what manufacturers receive, so additional costs like transportation are not included. What is common between the two indexes is that starting in 2021, inflation began to accelerate, largely influenced by pandemic-related factors like supply chain disruptions, including transportation bottlenecks. Geopolitical conflicts are also having an impact on some commodity prices. However, where the two differ is how much prices have increased, with sizable differences between the two. For industrial products, some have experienced much stronger price growth than what is included on this chart. One example is for steel products, with the prices for basic and semi-finished iron or steel products increasing by 38% in February of this year compared to the previous year. Another example is for construction materials, which saw an almost 33% increase in prices over the same period. Retail fuel prices have increased significantly, with an almost 31% year-over-year increase. This is being brought to your awareness today because not only are supply chain disruptions putting pressures on the price and availability of some input material and goods, but it is unknown as how long these pressures will persist, which is a risk to other projects where construction tenders have not yet been issued. Adding to this is labor availability, which is impacting labor costs for construction contracts. Finally, even if price pressures ease, we cannot be sure that we will see a reversal. Next slide. And next slide. In terms of 50th Street, a bit of an overview of the scope and the current status. This was one of the top priority locations to be grade separated in Edmonton. The crossing is blocked up to 64 times per day, totaling up to just under 5.5 hours per day of delays. The traffic volumes on this corridor are up to 35,000 vehicles per day. And the current status of the project is that we've reached 90% of land acquisition. The detour road is complete, utilities are in progress, and we're hoping to award the main tender. From a timeline perspective, the plan is to have this open for service by the end of 2025 or early 2026. Next slide. Bit of a history on the project. Conceptual planning was completed in 2010. The work consisted of primarily a desktop exercise with no engineering work completed. In November 2017, we made an application for federal funding under the National Trade Corridor Fund, NTCF. The funding application included a cost estimate of $86.3 million, which at the time was at a plus or minus 50% in 2017 dollars. In 2018, the city initiated the next stages of preliminary design. The preliminary design, which we refer to as Checkpoint 3, effort was extended for two options, an over option and an under option, as both presented advantages and disadvantages. This work continued until 2019 when a final recommendation was made for an overpass. At this stage, the cost was estimated at just under $103 million, again, plus or minus 30% in 2019 dollars. In 2020, the project was advanced to the next stages of detailed design and construction, and we entered into an early contractor involvement stage called Construction Consultant General Contractor Delivery Model, CCGC. As part of this CCGC delivery method, we retained a construction advisor in the fall of 2020 to act as a third-party expert to provide constructability perspective and value engineering, cost estimating, and scheduling services. Upon completing the finalized detailed design, Checkpoint 4, in 2021, the overall project cost was estimated at $145.3 million, at that time plus 15 or minus 10%. That was August of 2021. The project was recently tendered in an earlier part of this year, following the approval of the SCBA in December of 2021. And the costs to proceed with the tender are currently in excess of the approved budget, just under $180 million, and the accuracy of that is plus 10%, minus 5%. Next slide. The project has been influenced by 4 categories of events over the past 6 months. These include international conflict, trade sanctions and interference are creating instability in open commodity marketing. Climate change emergency response, the flooding in BC has increased demand for resources impacting supply, not only of material, but also labor. Infrastructure stimulus, equipment has migrated south of the border to other regions, and we're not seeing it come back based on different stimulus packages that are happening down south. And the COVID-19 pandemic, which is a shortage of labor impacting the supply chain for both production and delivery of materials. I will note that during the pandemic, infrastructure, we didn't see it slowing down for any of, for many of the sectors that are involved in infrastructure, so it is one that has not slowed under the pandemic. All of these activities have contributed to inflation increases related to the project uniquely, including nickel prices, which is a key ingredient in stainless steel. It has risen by 300% over the last week leading up to the tender close, which was mid-March. Fuel prices have risen by 25%. Structural steel has increased by 54%. And the retaining walls that we're using for this project have increased by 35%, again referencing back to the floods or the demands for the BC floods. And this has impacted both availability and resources to complete the work. And finally, underground drainage and utility services are in high demand, and this has resulted in approximately 15% increase. All these factors combined, among others, have resulted in an increase in the budget requiring additional funding. These costs are based on the recommended closing tender bid, and the project has been optimized over the years to reduce costs wherever possible. Next slide. This is a breakdown of the different stages of the project in terms of the cost breakdowns. What I will note is that as part of the federal grant application, administration has submitted a request for a top-up of the existing $39.8 million contribution from the federal government to a value of $70.6 million. If this proves successful and the federal grant increase is approved, the tax-supported debt increase would be from currently $59.2 million to $61.5 million. So after carefully considering the options and scenarios available to this project at this decision point, we are recommending that a budget increase be approved to support continued advancement of this project. Although the federal grant funding increase is still pending, we do anticipate that this presents the City of Edmonton's best opportunity to take advantage of available federal and provincial funding. Our recommendation takes into consideration the following. The location remains a high priority for delays between rail and goods movement vehicles being blocked between 3 and 5 hours per day. The project has approximately $35 million in costs invested related to the detour road, land acquisition, and utility relocations. Land acquisition is nearing completion, and adjacent businesses and stakeholders have been preparing for both construction and post-construction of this project. Scope reductions have been evaluated. There's been much value engineering on this project, and without significantly impacting service levels, we don't feel it's a likely outcome. Also, the grants are tied to a specific scope of work, and reduction would require approval from other orders of government. Market costs are not anticipated to come down uniformly. As to say that steel may come down temporarily, but other items are likely to increase, like labor. The tender for the project is set to expire on April 8th. If an award is not authorized, the potential is for the project to be re-tendered, and the cost certainty and further risk may transpire through this process, and the marketplace may become less interested in this work based on other opportunities. Again, to summarize, we're recommending an increase of $34.3 million in funding for a total budget of $179.6 million. Again, with the hope that we can get to a positive outcome with the federal government on the current grant that supports this project. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Wabaum to take us through the 124th Street project. Craig.
All right, thanks, Adam, and thanks, everyone. So I'm briefly going to go over the other project, one of the other projects in the report, which is our 124th Street Renewal project. So the scope of this project is enhancements that include the streetscape and beautification, tree planting, and decorative lighting on the 111 Avenue to 118 portion, which is full reconstruction. In addition to that, we're doing repaving and spot treatment improvements from 109 to 111 Avenue. So keys to this project are some of the coordination efforts we've had and made with our Inglewood neighborhood revitalization areas, as well as the Crossroads business improvement area. And we've also coordinated with EPCOR on scope improvements around what we call low impact development, which is really underground utility enhancements that are part of the flood mitigation strategy that we're doing. So these are all the business partners on this project. Next slide, please. So when we look at a little bit more detail around why we're here now and the scope of this project, this is founded from renewal of the arterial corridor, which is a priority for us as a city. And with those business partners, we've progressed in our design up to checkpoint 3. So that is complete, and we are actually tender ready, and we have that out right now. And because we're at that stage, we're seeking a standalone profile. That's what this is in the report today, with the details provided within. To meet those community commitments and to deliver the project in a continuous way, we're hoping to begin this project in 22, and it'll be a 2-year project that'll see itself through 23 for the majority of the work. So the details of the numbers are that the total budget is $21.7 million. That's before you today. 6.6 of that would be pre-committing 2023 to 2026 capital funding for the next renewal cycle. We've done our assessments, and again, this corridor remains a priority, and we believe that this will be appropriate use of the funds moving forward as well. But the 2 reasons this is before you today in advance of normal SCBA is for the areas mentioned of the pre-commitment, as well as the community commitments made and the timing that we feel this project should proceed with. So with that, I will hand it over to Pascal to go over the other project.
Thank you, Craig. So the apologies. The Edmonton-Strathcona County Pedestrian Bridge was initially identified as a priority of the River Valley Alliance strategic plan in 2007 and aligns with the Ribbon of Green and the city plan. The project scopes includes an accessible bridge for all users across the North Saskatchewan River, connecting trails, open space and recreational upgrades, and restoration and enhancements of the surrounding environment. The location of the bridge was strategically chosen at the convergence of a number of existing trails and will provide access to the future regional park projects. Next slide, thank you. The project has now reached PDDM checkpoint 3 and requires approval of the delivery phase funding. The design of the bridge and its connections has been developed with engagement of multiple stakeholders, the public, and with Indigenous communities with historical, cultural connections and treaty rights within the North Saskatchewan River Valley. Updated cost estimate totals $38.6 million, developed with consultant and contractor input and incorporating recent market conditions. Construction is anticipated to take place from 2022 to 2025. From the onset, the project has been funded by a tri-party agreement with the RVA and Strathcona County. In the fall of 2020, the City of Edmonton approved $4.4 million in funding, including $1.5 million of external funding for planning and design. Since that approval, the funding for delivery was also included in the capital budget emergent items. At this time, the RVA has a total of $19 million in funding available to be contributed towards the project, mostly consisting of federal and provincial grants, which represents 50% of the total cost. The remainder of the budget is proposed to be split evenly between the City of Edmonton and Strathcona County, representing $9.8 million for each municipality. Based on funding already allocated, the budget request for this project to City Council today is $6.5 million. Strathcona County will be formally requesting the funding for delivery at the Strathcona County City Council or Council on April 26, 2022. And I'll turn it back to Adam to conclude.
Thank you, Pascal and Craig. So to close, administration is recommending adjustments to fund the delivery of the 50th Street rail grade separation project, the 124th Street Renewal project, and the Edmonton Strathcona County Pedestrian Bridge projects for a total of $90.1 million, of which $45.4 million will be funded by the city with funds in the 2019 to 2022 capital budget, and $13 million will be required of the 23 to 26 capital funding. The remaining $31.7 million will be funded by partnerships with the city. The report is being brought forward ahead of the spring 2022 supplementary capital budget adjustment to ensure that these three projects can proceed in the current construction season, allowing for the procurement of contractors for the 124th Street Renewal and the Strathcona County Pedestrian Bridge projects, and the award of the 50th Street Rail Grade Separation Project, which has been tendered. That concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and we'll go to questions to council members. This was exempted by Councillor Rutherford, and I'll go to her first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, very excited about all three of these projects. They are definitely priority. I was just a bit confused as I was reading it, so I just want to clarify. If we approve these today, we're really only committing, where's that rest of that money is coming from the 2019 to 2022 budget? So for example, the 50th Street grade separation says we need an additional 34.3 million, but we're only asking for 13 million for the next capital cycle. I'm just trying to understand the math, sorry.
The ask from the next capital budget cycle is related to the 124th Street Renewal project. The remainders of these projects are debt funded. The other two projects are debt funded, so we'd be securing funding now. Our hope with the 50th Street grade separation project is actually that we can secure additional federal grant funding to support. What you may be seeing is that we have projects that extend into the next budget cycle, and the cash flows would carry forward into that budget cycle. But the only ask from funds out of the 23 to 26 would be related to the 124th Street Renewal project.
So, but that was only 6.6 million?
I'll just ask Craig to confirm.
Yeah, that's correct. That's what we're targeting for 23 to 26 for that project.
Okay, because in the report...
Apologies, Council and Adam. The funding for the Ped Bridge is also looking to come out of the 23-26 capital budget. Apologies. And that's the additional 6.5
Okay, that's where the 13 million comes from. Okay, the numbers were confusing, so I appreciate that clarity. And then I know, I'm Inglewood's in my ward. I know that the residents there have been excited for this project for a long time coming. I know that it was, budgeted for construct, and I'm just wondering how come we only got to checkpoint 3? Because is that additional budget sort of similar to coordination, where it's now inflation that's causing that budget increase, or is it design elements that are increasing that budget?
No, I think, Councillor, really this is just where we're at in the progress of the PDDM. Typically, when we bring these to Council would be when we're ready to create a standalone profile. So this is actually a little bit further along in checkpoint 3. It is tender ready, and we actually have it out to tender. And pending approval today, we will be ready to proceed. So the estimates that you see and the numbers you see, we have confidence that they're accurate to proceed with. And so this was the original budget, and we have incorporated current costing into this project, if
So
that's
the-
answering your question.
Yeah, so those additional, like I know that when you did the presentation, you said there's, all of these things like gas and fuel. Those have been all factored into this new budget estimate?
To the best of our ability.
That's our ability, yes.
Just referencing the second slide in the presentation that it's a challenging market right now, and we're hearing that from our industry partners.
Okay, I don't know what I am for time.
Yeah, you've got about 2.5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is just from Ms. Padbury. Just, with these kind of volatile, I would say, and obviously significant increases in costing, how are we kind of preparing for that capital budget discussion for the 4-year, kind of within this context? Are we going to put buffers into the capital projects, or just trying to get a sense of making sure that when we do that budget is realistic to what we can achieve?
So whenever we set budgets, we do try to make sure that we're working with the most recent assumptions, and so the capital budget will be built with the most recent assumptions. We factor in contingency, but very specifically, and so I think you always walk a bit of a line between buffering a capital project and making sure you deliver a capital project in the most efficient manner. So the best way for us to do that is work with the most recent assumptions and update those assumptions as we go along in a transparent manner for you.
If I could just add, Councillor, one of the other things we're doing is we've got a bit of a working group going about among big city CAOs across the country on this very issue, because we've all been looking for it. This is really the first big project that's making a difference in the 50th grade. Surprised that it has taken this long to happen, quite frankly. But we're doing some analysis across the country and coordinating with each other on that analysis. So that will be something we can bring to budget as well.
And I was just wondering, like, even something as simple as if you have, these are green light projects, we absolutely want to see them. These are kind of, if budget allows, we can do them, and if not, and then definitely no. Like, I almost wonder if we need that kind of, when we're doing that prioritization. That was my thoughts. I don't know if that's something that's being considered, but that would be helpful for me.
Yes, I believe at all of the touch points here leading up to the 23 to 26, there's an opportunity to get greater clarity from council. An example is we will have a recommendation on the renewal investment. If council wants to adjust that, then that gives us greater clarity. So that would be a conversation at the CIO.
Good.
Perfect. Again, excited about these projects. Thank you for those answers.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize in advance for the number of questions I have. Just want to start with sunk costs. So Mr. Laughlin, my understanding, as of, I think it was December 31st, we had spent 21.8 million. That was part of the March 14th update. But is that now 35? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm just wondering how much of that is utility work versus land acquisition?
Just give me a moment if you want to go to your next question.
Sure, I'll
see if
come
I
back.
can find that.
Great. And yeah, I just have some questions around sort of the partnered funding and the opportunity with the federal government. So I guess first, what would happen to our partnered funding if we were to pause this? I assume that would create a fair amount of risk.
Yes, it would. We have agreements actually with both provincial governments around a completion timeframe for this project. If we signal that we would need to extend that, they would either allow us or they could identify the funds for a different use. And I would say that the pressure we're experiencing is probably similar to others in this space, that they would gladly use those funds if we don't advance this project. And just to go down to the breakdown, the utility work completed is $3.3 million. And sorry, I can't remember.
I guess the rest would be land acquisition?
Yeah, so design and tender costs are $7 million. Land acquisition to this point is 22.5. And then the early works, the road detour, is 2.4 million.
Okay, thank you for that breakdown. And then just back to the federal funding piece. I know at fall budget adjustment when we approved the last increase. My understanding is that we were actively seeking out some federal support at that time. Did we ever receive any commitment around that additional support?
We didn't receive formal commitments. Administratively, there's been good discussions, and with this latest increase, we've met with the federal administration counterparts, and they've identified that they would carry that forward to see if they could get approval from the minister on that.
Right. Okay. Because I guess I'm just trying to seek clarity and as much certainty and surety as possible that that support would be there. And I guess, and just in terms of sequencing, I understand in the report it mentioned that by signaling our commitment, which I think we've done, that would sort of strongly suggest to the federal government that we're moving forward, and that would give us a better chance at securing that support. I guess I'm just trying to understand: is that necessary to get that surety on the federal side, or does one have to come before the other? Is there an opportunity to get that surety from the federal government as we move ahead?
I think we're in a bit of a time crunch. The tender for this project needs to be awarded by April 8th. If it isn't, then we are either negotiating an extension with this contractor, which could lead to additional inflationary pressures, or we re-tender, putting a risk in that we could see even more inflationary pressures based on having to re-tender this a different way, because you can't re-tender the same project. And so I think the pressure here is related to the procurement process that we have, but active negotiations or active discussions with the federal government have been ongoing. And I think it does send a signal that we are committed to this, therefore their support would be very much welcomed.
Right. Okay. And then just to Ms. Padbury, I had some questions around our debt limit, our self-imposed debt limit. And I understand that our policy is to remain within 75%. I guess, where is this going to put us, particularly when we get to 2024? I know we were quite close. I think it was 74.7% at that time. Just trying to really take that step back and understand beyond individual projects, what are we going to be looking at in terms of our debt limit?
So you're still within your internal debt limit with the addition of this long-term debt. It works out to be about 0.12% increase in tax levy required to fund this. But at this dollar, I think over time, as you incur more and more, that's ultimately a council decision how close to the limit that you want to get. Your internal limits are more conservative than the provincial limits. So it's about how much you want to do, how fast and when, and how comfortable as a council you are into moving into that debt room. But I have no concerns with limits.
I'll come back around.
Thank you, Council Salvador. Council Cartmel?
Thank you. Maybe just continuing on that, Ms. Padbury, there's also the question of a debt service limit. And, if the cost of borrowing is going to increase, are we going to bump up against the debt service limit before we bump up against the debt limit?
So we're doing some analysis around that with the capital budget, but at the current rates, we're not anticipating hitting that limit in the near term.
But something to watch when we get into the 4-year conversation. Yeah. So thank you for the presentation. And maybe to Mr. Laughlin, you mentioned that some value engineering work was done. But it's been a pretty short window since tender value was received. So really, just how much value engineering were you able to undertake with realizing we're up against this award deadline?
It actually hasn't been recently. It's been progressive, and this is the value of the early contractor involvement approach that we take.
Okay.
In that we had the contractor on board for construction advisory services through that CCGC project. And through that, there's been ongoing value engineering. So I would say that it's progressed methodically throughout the project. In terms of a drastic value engineering approach, That's where I mentioned we could de-scope this, but it would require approval from other orders.
Well, I'm wondering if, not necessarily to de-scope it, but really what we're talking about predominantly here is ramps and a bridge. So my guess is that we've got a rather idealized approach to curves, to slopes, to the approaches. If the approaches were steeper, they would be shorter. If the bridge were lower, depending on what the CP allowance requires, the ramps would be shorter. So have we considered moving from an optimized situation in terms of slopes and ramps and those kinds of things to effectively a bare minimum that would potentially take those costs out?
Yeah, I would say we're not exceeding standards that we have. So if we were
not exceeding, but not necessarily minimizing.
In some areas, I think we have minimized just on the basis of, and I can't give you specifics right now, but based on the proximity between the two intersections on either side, I would say that we're limited. I would say just based on the approach that we've taken with this project that we've worked very closely with the contractor, with the consulting team, with our own staff around what's the most optimal from a cost-effective perspective to deliver this project. What we're seeing right now is the pressures that we're seeing in the market, which is unfortunate.
If approval of this is given today and the contract is essentially locked in, is there still opportunity to perhaps re-examine some of those options?
Constantly, and with the approach that we took with earlier contractor involvement, some of those have probably already been identified and continue to be identified by that contractor. For example, if we get into a pressure situation where retaining wall availability is diminishing even further because of the BC pressures, we have the ability to work with the contractor, our design team, to look at different options to again, minimize costs and optimize how we deliver the project.
And one of those costs is time, and so minimizing time of delivery might be even if it's a more expensive material, it might minimize the overall project.
Yeah, I can actually, not related to this project, but I can, the supportive housing projects that we had, in that particular case, we chose, our contractor chose a local provider because although there was a little bit of a premium, the availability of the material was so much more greater and certain that was the decision to go down that path. So those choices happen regularly when we're working closely with our contractors.
It's balancing all those things against the bottom line and against the time. But I'm interested in some of the potential around slopes, lengths of the ramps, understanding that at least on the south side, the entry ramps into the Plaza 50 property towards the Petropass property, if those ramps too were shortened, there might be an overall savings if elevations can be played with and earthworks and retaining walls can be minimized.
Yeah, and that's something we can continue to evaluate. I couldn't commit to what we could find, and I think pressures related to current tender schedule I think would be a challenge for us to figure that out before.
It feels a bit like 2010. We could take the time to try to minimize costs based on today, and the time we take to do that would result in construction inflation that would consume all the savings.
I would agree with that, or that's the concern that I have.
That sort of death spiral of...
Correct.
Yeah.
And we've had projects that have gone through those, revisit. And in fact, we've had some recent projects that council approved that hasn't seen this level of escalation, but delaying a decision on advancing has resulted in cost escalations and again, totally within council's purview. I think from our perspective, our recommendation is to proceed, but like you said, we're constantly looking at ways to minimize the cost impacts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thanks very much. And following up on that theme as well, I'm just wondering if just other tools that we may have to mitigate some of that cost escalation risk. Like, has the city ever done like commodity futures? Or are there other ways to hedge?
So we hedge fuel prices. but for our regular, 50% of our regular operation of fuel. We could look at that. And we have in the past and determined that it wasn't an effective strategy for us. And you'd have to keep in mind that while in an escalating price environment, a long-term hedging program could help. In a declining price environment, the losses are often something that isn't politically palatable.
I would just
Yeah.
add, Counselor, that
sorry.
the uncertainty right now in the world is really tough, right? So this escalation of prices that you're seeing today on 50th, that was, I think, pretty much before the war in the Ukraine became a thing. We really don't know exactly how that's going to affect things. So that'll be the next thing. Don't know how long it's going to last and don't know what the impact is. So, you know, the only thing that's certain, I guess, is that we've got a lot of uncertainty right now that is troubling, and we need to. So I think it's going to be very difficult to hedge and to forecast, given that level of uncertainty and how things will last. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's sort of, doing that kind of hedging is usually best done not in moments of crisis and when things are stable and no one's worried about the next big thing. So maybe just something, a seed that's been planted in my mind in any case to maybe revisit in times where things are a bit more stable and maybe what a strategy around that looks like. And really interesting to learn that we do that with our fuel. And not for this to happen today, but in the future, it could be interesting to have a report about how that has worked for us and what the benefits have been, and if there are ways to apply that to our other capital projects. But thank you. This was really great information. I was really pleased to see that we are getting some cost sharing for these capital projects from the River Valley Alliance, from Strathcona County, also the federal government. That's really exciting news. And I think, as always, we'd be happy if there's anything we can do at a political level to help with that federal piece. Always happy to do that. Just wanted to confirm with the work on 124th Street, and I assume that this is the case, but just wanting to ensure that the Crossroads and 124th Street BIAs have been working really closely on these. I'm particularly just thinking in terms of that streetscape integration from one BIA to the next, and just ensuring that sort of the standard that's set for this first phase with the reconstruction of the northern section of 124th Street will be able to work for what might happen further south in future years.
I can respond to that. So for sure, we obviously work very closely with the Crossroads BIA, and we're looking at, and they're really on the transition between those two BIAs, as you know. So I think we will and are committed to making sure and both BIAs knowing what's happening with the other. They're each their own entity. So, the flexibility we would build in is looking at what each wants, but obviously looking at a bit of continuity where it makes sense to, Councillor, if that answers your question.
Great. Yeah. And I think if as long as there's sort of a strategy in place and those conversations have happened, just recognizing, I agree that I don't think it needs to be identical for the whole stretch, that each BIA can have their own independent vision, but that it's not totally incongruent with each other, given how they do abut each other on that street.
And meet the intent of what the corridors to provide for all of those purposes too, right?
Right.
So, yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. No, that's great. Really wonderful work, and excited to see these projects moving ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for the update. So in the provincial budget that was released in February, there was a line item dedicated to 50th Street. I just want to make sure that is included in this.
If it was identified as 50th Street, it would have been the committed funding that has been identified.
I wasn't sure if there was it was on top of that. And then just for the timeline with that federal grant, do you have a sense when you might hear back?
We know it's a high priority for their federal administration. We've been in close contact with them, so we do think that it will be something that politically is considered shortly. I don't know specific timeframes, but certainly there's an impetus behind this, and they know that.
Okay, fair enough. And I think a lot of these pressures are obviously felt across the industry. I think in recent conversations, this was identified as probably like the most important challenge. And I'm curious, within city projects, are other projects seeing this kind of increase, like 23%?
So the fortunate thing that we've had is that some of our larger scale projects, we've actually entered into those contracts. So, for example, the Coronation Rec Center, fortunately, we got that contract signed before
Right.
we saw these large spikes, and then some of our other large projects have been tendered. But certainly, we have a couple that are upcoming, which are very large projects. Capitol Line South, Yellowhead Trail, 127th Street, very large, intensive civil projects. It is raising a bit of a concern for us, so we're constantly engaging with industry to understand the best way to deliver these projects and the choices that we're making from a design perspective.
For sure. And do you know from the industry, from our industry partners, what has been kind of their average percent increase?
On the facility side, we've seen anywhere from 25 to 30%, and I say the facility side being vertical. What we see on the road infrastructure side is anywhere from 3 to 5%, different material, different availability. But anytime you get into steel right now, so for example, some of our bridge projects that are coming up, there is a concern related to what we're going to see from a pricing perspective related to the steel.
Right. And then for some of those other projects coming up that you were mentioning, I'm not familiar with the field, but do we typically take that value engineering approach of, securing a third-party advisor on the pricing and project management kind of piece?
Depends on the complexity of the project.
Okay.
So for example, 50th Street had detours, it had the option of over, under, dealing with the railway utilities. So the complexity of the project, we felt it would benefit from earlier contractor involvement. In the case of the two rec centers that we're undertaking, again, large-scale complex projects that would benefit from that. Our 124th Street Renewal project is probably not one that we would engage because it's certainly there's streetscaping elements to it, but it's what I would call less complex, regular type of road work.
Right. No, fair enough. And I think for the 50th Street is quite complex, and I think you've really demonstrated the amount of due diligence that's been being done here.
Yeah, this is the first project that I've been with where we've carried two different designs.
Wow.
As far as we have, just to make sure that we're choosing the right design.
Yeah, and I think in the report it said the pricing that the advisor quoted was actually higher than what is.
That's correct. Essentially, the construction cost estimator prepared a shadow bid, and it was higher than what we ended up getting from the contractor.
Thank you. Just one question about the scope of that project. Can you remind me the rationale for the road widening? Is that a structural must-have?
Widening?
As part of the 50th Street, there was a point in the report about, we're not able to kind of retain the road structure as is, and widening is required. I'm just wondering if that's a structural must-have.
That was an agreement must-have.
Okay.
So as part of how the project developed, at the time, it was submitted on the basis of widening the road. So the agreements that were struck with the two orders of government
I see. Okay.
were based on that scope of work.
So that's not non-negotiable. Well, yeah, thank you very much. I think my
It could
colleagues-
be. The
Okay.
challenge would be, to Councillor Cartmel's comment, the time that we spend on seeing if
Of
it's
course.
doable, we could miss out on what today is pricing for the project.
For sure. And my colleagues asked my other questions about the other two projects, so I am all done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you for the presentation. It's very great information there. So my first question is about the budget increase reasons. So I heard you present about the specific market updates and due to the pricing reason. So is there any other factors impact our budget increase requirement?
I think covered
From specific from like project management and from project delivery process as well?
No, in fact, I think if we would have taken a traditional approach where we would have designed without contractor involvement and just tendered, we probably would have seen a higher price come in from the contract based on unknown risks. With early contractor involvement, you actually allow them into what are the risks associated with this project.
Specifically, and if you look at this pre-tender estimated budget, and back to 2021, is $145.3 million. So this $34.3 million increased just because of the reason presented and in the presentation, right? So just want to confirm that. Your mic.
Steel prices, fuel prices, retaining walls, those are the drivers.
Okay, thank you very much. And because I received the question from my constituents to ask that. So another one is $90 million increase, and then so breakdown and $45 million increase will be funded in 2019 to 22 budget. So which funding source from this?
Sorry, is the question?
Which funding source and from 2019-2020 budget cycle? And because breakdown, and I noticed is $45 million from this.
So it's different for each project. In the case of 50th Street, what we're recommending is that we would use debt. And again, if we're successful in securing additional grant funding from the federal government, that amount that we receive would offset the debt requirement. For 124th Street, it's actually a combination of MSI, pay-as-you-go, and for 50th Street, apologies, just digging it up.
Okay, and specifically for the debt, and then I just want to confirm this debt is tax-supported debt is already reflected in 2022 tax levy, right?
This portion would not be.
This portion will not be, will be added extra.
It'll be added in the fall, 0.12%. So 0.12 of a percentage, and it'll be incorporated into when we bring forward the budget in the fall, we generally adjust and reforecast the debt servicing for revised interest rates. It'll come through at that point in time.
So there is no approve is required from council and for this $45 million and from 2019-2020 budget cycle, right?
Right, you approve the debt as a source, and it'll go into the operating budget as an operating impact of capital.
Okay, so that means only $13 million, and for next budget cycle will be will seeking approval for tax supported debt.
Sorry, I'm just not sure about the 13 million.
Yeah, my question, I'm talking about breakdown and in terms of $90 million increase. And so $45 million is already cleared, and $13 million for next budget cycle. So this budget is seeking approval from city, from council, and to reflect the tax support debt, right? So this will be in tax supported debt.
So of that 90 million, a portion of it is tax-supported debt. You'll approve that debt here, and you'll approve the impact on the tax levy of the debt servicing with the operating budget. The other items that you are effectively pulling forward funding out of the next cycle in terms of pay-as-you-go. So you're committing the next year's pay-as-you-go for other items.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So in terms of mitigation strategy for the risk assessment and from project management perspective, so besides what lists on the report, is there any other options? I know we mentioned about it's impossible to do some like the scope reduction, and then is there any possible other option we can seek? So I know my time is out, Mr. Chair, and I can come back later, or you can just jump in for quick answer.
Yeah.
Well, I think in answer to Councillor Cartmel's question, because of the way, and talking specifically about 50th Street, because of the way that we've had the early engagement with the contractor, where we start to see opportunities from a constructability perspective or a tweaking of the design perspective, those are our opportunities. But I would say right now, based on the degree of value engineering and different iterations of design that we've gone through, this is we've done what I would say the bulk of what we could do to minimize the impacts. What we're seeing here is a market impact that is directly related to the material that we're needing to procure.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Can you also take the chair? Councillor Rice, can you take the chair?
Take.
So on the pedestrian bridge, the 25.4% city share of the total cost, am I right in that? That's the total
Yes,
cost?
that's correct.
Okay. And is that within the RVA cost sharing formula?
So the original intent was to have the city cover 16.7%. With the now knowing better the cost of the infrastructure and the limitation that the RVA has on their funding availability,
Okay.
Our cost has increased to 25%.
Got it. You know, this is a really exciting project. Will connect our river valley, I think 75 kilometers of 100 kilometers in phase one. Am I right? That is with the completion of this bridge.
See if Pascal has that information. It certainly provides a gap that has existed for a number of years.
And a beautiful view of the river, the way it's being designed. So that's very good. On the 124th Street, another exciting undertaking, absolutely. But I want to follow up Councillor Stevenson's question around engagement with the businesses and BIAs, because one of the success of COVID has been outdoor patios, right? So as we encourage more of those, are we building sidewalks wide enough to accommodate them on 124th Street, as well as the movement of people with disabilities? Because whenever you create outdoor patios, they do impede the movement of people with mobility aids. Are you considering those factors as part of the design?
Yeah, Mayor Sohi, we did do exactly that. There's wider sidewalks as well as additional amenities in terms of benches and all those types of elements, as well as even where we want to do parking to support good access to those businesses. So all of those dimensions have been part of what's been done for the scope of this work.
And have you engaged city's accessibility advisory committee in the design?
We would have incorporated, with our current policy of the accessibility policy, we would have incorporated those elements in. And I'd have to take away how much engagement we've done with the advisory committee, but we certainly incorporated those elements for sure.
It was good to know like how in-depth engagement was undertaken. On the 50th Street overpass, I was the minister responsible for ensuring that federal funding, but I'm reflecting on that in the context of the preliminary estimates that were given at that time. So I'm kind of thinking as we look at partnership funding from the province and the federal government, because we have a number of opportunities coming our way. I know there's opportunity lost, but sometimes when we engage too early, in this case, had we waited until we had more detailed design and more detailed costing, we would have probably gotten better additional share money from the federal government and the province as well, right? So I'm just thinking like, something to think about because we, at the preliminary design, the cost estimates are not as refined.
You're correct. In fact, the submission for this project was pre-preliminary design.
Right.
I think it's a bit of a catch-22. Others could swoop in and...
I know about this project. We pushed hard to get it done, right?
It is a bit of a catch-22. I think what would be good from our perspective administratively, if there's an awareness that the accuracy of the estimates based on submission is whatever it is, based on whatever checkpoint we're at.
Yeah.
So that there's an understanding on the other side that.
So those are the conversations you're having with federal officials. I think
Correct.
Issue will be raising that awareness at political level in order to overcome some of the obstacles.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I think if I could use an example, MSI is a great example of it doesn't come with too many strings, or it didn't. So it permitted the municipality to make choices around that investment. When it's project specific, then it becomes a little bit more challenging in terms of that flexibility as well.
Good. Okay. I know Councillor Jans made a motion on missing links and sidewalks that we can tap into for federal support, and Councillor Salvador made a motion on the sustainable modes of transportation. There are opportunities for federal government engagement. I think just keeping that in mind, that we're not asking money too early where we don't have the exact figures yet, right? So.
Right, and then scale and complexity of projects help when you don't have that greater level of detail. 50th Street grade separation was one that it would have benefited from extended design, but then you wouldn't want to miss the opportunity to actually secure the funding or have another municipality take it from underneath you, so to speak.
Good. All right, and I will move the second round of questions. Oh yeah, right. I'll take the chair back, Councillor Rice.
Later here, sure.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Principe, go ahead.
Thank you. My question is about the 50th Street grade separation. So as Councillor Ting was saying, it was going from 4 to 6 lanes and the overpass, correct? So both of those are in, because of the traffic congestion? We're taking 2 measures to deal with the traffic congestion, is that correct?
Well, first, the grade separation separates the at-grade crossing of the rail line, which is either the busiest or one of the busiest in terms of movement of the railway. So, yeah, providing the grade separation improves the traffic flow. Ultimate configuration of 50th Street is 6 lanes and provides a connection to, very close connection to different penetrator goods movement corridors like White Mud and Sherwood Park Freeway. So it was identified as, at the time, a priority, and based on how the application went, it was as a 6-lane grade separated segment of roadway.
Okay, so I guess just my point is that both those measures need to be taken in order to deal with the issue?
I mean, you could pursue a 4-lane, but then the situation you'd be in is that you'd have to take a change in scope back to our funding partners, the federal and provincial government, to get approval. And then I think we'd run out of time with this current tender. So the grade separation itself is going to help tremendously. The 6 lanes was something that was identified as certainly a priority, but from a scalable perspective, it could be scaled. The unfortunate part is that it's locked in based on the agreements that we have with the federal and provincial government.
Okay, good, thank you.
Councillor Principe, can you move the second round?
I'll move the second round.
Second by Councillor Knack. Thank you so much. Any questions on the second round? Seeing none, please vote.
We're good to go.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And I'll go back on the list. Just give me 1 second for the list to appear. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I just want to loop back. There was one line in the report that I just had a question about, and it talked about securing funding will ensure that the city can meet its obligations under its contracts while continuing with the project. So I'm just trying to understand what contracts are we talking about in that context, and what would be the financial risk there?
So mentioned in the presentation, I believe it's identified in the report that the timeline for tender award on the 50th Street project is April 8th. If we don't have funding in place, we can't award the project. And so if we can't award the project, we have a couple of options. Asking the contractor to extend their bid for a period of time that would allow us to understand when the project would be approved, or we would cancel the tender and we'd have to figure out a different way to procure it. Both of those options come with risk in terms of being able to secure a contractor within a time frame that still meets the grant timeframe obligations.
Okay, so the contract being referred to is just around the tender.
That's correct.
Okay, great. And then just, I know I sort of asked about this before, but recognizing that tender is closing April 8th, and we don't have that confirmation of federal participation, I guess just to ask really, really bluntly, is our commitment today necessary to solidify that grant funding?
The commitment today is to solidify the project moving forward. Commitment today helps ensure that we've got the best opportunity to increase the grant contribution from the federal government.
Okay, thank you. And just want to, I guess, flag my concern that I do feel like this project might be a signal of what's to come, and just want to make sure that we're thinking of other projects that might experience similar degrees of cost escalation, and recognizing that that work is going on in the background right now and there's analysis that's happening. I guess, is there anything that can be shared today around that broader context that can help inform this discussion beyond what's been shared? I know, Mr. Corporal, you mentioned that is ongoing work, and we're talking with, industry experts around that.
Yeah, I would just say, Councillor, that across the country, people are just starting to see the first huge differences in their projects. So, been very consistent, I would say, across the country when I talk to my counterparts in other big cities who say, for the last 2 years they were generally okay, but they're just starting to see some increases. And then, again, like I said before, there's so much uncertainty with what's going on with the war in the Ukraine and other things and what impact that will have.
Okay, and then just final question, maybe to Mr. Laughlin, what are the economic consequences if we don't move ahead with the grade separation? This is a primary goods movement corridor, top priority for separation in the entire city. I imagine we've done analysis around that.
We have, and you've caught me, I don't have it at hand, but it certainly is a primary goods movement corridor, and based on the impacts that we're seeing, it could be up to 5 hours of delay per day. It's really creating a challenge for some of those internal city goods movement opportunities. So certainly, I know we've provided it in the past, and I'm answering here, trying to find it in my speaking notes, but I don't have that at hand. But it's certainly, it is a priority for the city of Edmonton because it does create more seamless goods movement across the city in terms of services. Sorry, I don't have.
That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Just
if I may, Councillor, I just wanted to add that it's also an important measure to reduce our GHG emissions, as we will see much less idling of vehicles. And so it does have a very significant environmental benefit from that perspective.
Great, thank you so much. And just, trying to understand that it's not just about sort of commuter traffic, but it is a fairly important industrial corridor as well. And there's huge economic consequences associated with that too. Okay, that's it from me. Thank you so much for all the answers. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do support those street projects moving forward. And then so my question is more related about how we can minimize the risk, and from city stat perspective, and also from a schedule and scope of the project. And specifically, and then do we have the number and estimated percentage of tax support debt for this $90 million in front of us increase? Do we have a specific, is that estimated? percentage could be?
Are you asking what percentage of a
Yeah.
tax increase this will generate?
Yes, what's the impact could for this $90 million increased?
So the 90 million isn't all from debt. But the portion that's debt related would generate a future tax increase in total of 0.12%. And that would be spread out, that would be likely not all brought in 1 year. The cash flows would be that it would be brought in over a couple of years.
Okay, thank you. From historical data, like how many and how frequency could happen for this type of increase? I know there's so many uncertainty and around the world, and then from that perspective, we need to consider about some contingency and for to ensure our project complete as well. So. Is there any, like, for example, specifically due to like 50 Street project? And so right now, because this project is started beginning from 2010 and then almost finished, will be last 16 years and 2026. So from that contingency perspective, so management perspective, so we will include that piece really clearly and in the project management budget.
Yeah, I think one of the ways to understand the risk and plan for the risk is using the capital governance policy that we have, which is the project develop and deliver model. It's worth noting this project was initially developed prior to actually the creation of the infrastructure department. So there's been much improvement in terms of how we progress a project from concept to preliminary design to tender ready. And at each of those points, there's a sharpening of the risks in terms of what mitigations, what contingencies should be put in place from a schedule and budget perspective. The progressive nature of that design approach helps us understand those risks.
So all this information available for the public, right? On our project website.
Yes, buildingedmonton.ca. We don't update until council formally approves. So what you would see on buildingedmonton.ca is the most recent version of 50th Street. And if this is approved, then it would be updated.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Wrights. So that concludes the questions from administration. Somebody would need to move the recommendation. So
moved, Mayor Sohi.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel, and second by Councillor Rice. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Want to see if somebody wants to speak. Councillor Salvador?
Yes, just to speak to it. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I'll just focus my comments on 50th Street given its importance in Ward Métis and start by saying that this project has been sort of holdover from past councils. And I'm glad that administration has provided some context along the way about how we got here. I will say I am concerned by the lack of confirmed federal participation at this time, but I understand that moving forward today will place us in the best position possible to secure that grant funding. As was mentioned, this is a priority project. It services important industrial areas, it's an important goods movement corridor, and supports the rail connection. Having delays in the area of 5.5 hours per day is a significant economic bottleneck, and this is not likely to improve without this intervention. I did want to take a moment to note that I am quite keen to receive additional analysis and updates on all of the other projects in progress, which will be subject to similar forces at tender. There are many planned capital projects that need to be closely scrutinized to ensure that the expectations of Edmontonians are met during this turbulent economic period. And I think it'll be very important for us to watch not only our debt limit, but our debt servicing limit very closely as we go into our 4-year budget. And finally, not moving forward at this time, as was mentioned, could result in further cost increases. And of course, there are consequences of not moving forward on a project that community members have been expecting for years. So given the priority of 50th Street grade separation and the importance of the other projects that are up for approval, I will be voting in favor of this. And I appreciate administration's patience with all my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice, can you take the chair? Just a few comments.
Yes, I take
Thank
the
you so
chair.
much. I'm really excited about the pedestrian bridge. I think it is absolutely critical that we build that connection from our part of the city to over to Strathcona County and improve that accessibility, which will provide us, a connection through the river valley that could really highlight the potential of marketing our river valley, not only to the capital region, but also to rest of the province and the rest of the country, and as a tourist attraction where people can get from one end to the other, 80 kilometer, 100 kilometer contiguous connection. So I think it's a very, very important project that I'm glad that we're moving forward. I'm equally excited about 124th Street upgrades, because it really allows us to create that pedestrian experience and bring that foot traffic to the businesses, and improve accessibility for a lot of Edmontonians that do want to access those businesses, but sometimes are hindered by the lack of ability for them to maneuver around on narrower sidewalks because of the mobility aids they use and the other interactions they face. On the 50th Street, I think this is a very important project. It has been, I would say, a pain for almost 2 decades, where I have personally been stuck at that crossing numerous times for hours, and an inability to get out once you're stuck at the rail crossing. It's really a major corridor for the city for trades and movement of goods and services. So it'll help improve that access and also, as we heard from administration, when you're idling, waiting at a rail crossing, you're causing pollution and you're contributing to greenhouse gas emissions. I know it's a very costly overpass. I understand that, but there are things that we don't control because of nickel prices going up 300%. We don't have a control over that. Fuel prices rising 25%. We don't have a control over that. Structural steel going up 54%, and mechanical, other stuff that needs to be required as part of this. But I have confidence that our administration will look at every opportunity to minimize these costs, and as they move forward on this project, as well as in bringing forward ideas how we build further infrastructure in these high inflationary pressure that we'll be facing as we discuss our next 4-year budget. So I'm happy to support all these projects moving forward. And I will take the chair back.
Giving chair back.
Good. All right. I'll call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried 13-0. All right, now we are going into our next item. 6.2, Aerial Mosquito Program. This was requisitioned from committee, Community Services Committee, and I'll go to Councillor Cartmel if you want to introduce this item, Councillor Cartmel.
Just to check, do you want to deal with 6.2 and 6.3 together, or would you like to deal with them separately?
They were cross-referenced at the committee, so we might as well on it.
So if I may.
Go ahead.
We heard, because there was significant overlap on both of those items, we heard from all the speakers on both items at once.
Yes.
But they were distinctly different items, but there was many speakers, some from out of Edmonton, that had essentially an anti-herbicide, pesticide message that they wanted to send on both items. But the items are profoundly different, and we did not speak to administration on either item. So.
All right, so we'll keep them separate, and
So on this item then, on 6.2, the aerial mosquito program, as mentioned, we did hear from many speakers and completed the conversation with speakers that came primarily, I think, if I may, that with a concern around the use of pesticides, and particularly aerial application of pesticides. We did not get to a point of conversation with administration. Administration did make their presentation, to start the conversation. And I probably will get into a little bit of trouble trying to summarize that, but essentially administration's message was that they were trying to deal with mosquitoes at the larvae stage, that this was a solid material, that it was being distributed by helicopter and by other means, that the funding that is held in abeyance would allow for 2 helicopter applications in remote areas and in areas primarily water courses, either temporary or permanent, and that the recommendation was that actually 3 or 4 applications by helicopter would be ideal from a mosquito management perspective. And I guess the other point made in this report was that administration does not treat adult mosquitoes as a rule, and the general advice is to not do that unless there's a disease, a mosquito disease-borne thing to be managed, that the city's approach to managing mosquitoes at the larvae stage was sufficient. So I'll leave it there by way of introduction.
thank you, Councillor Cartmel. And this item was exempted by Councillor Rutherford, and I'll wait for council members to sign on, and in the meantime, I'll go to Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you so much for this. So my question, first and foremost, is I'm still confused as to how many other, I know in Alberta there was once a provincial program, and then that was stopped, and so we're, the one in the region that's kind of doing this work. But what about other cities across Canada? Are they still applying the same kind of insecticide, or sorry, not insecticide, I was trying to say the larvicide, that's the word I was trying to say. Yeah, are they applying that larvicide? And if you could give some examples of where it is still being used across Canada?
So, Councillor, there are many different approaches to dealing with mosquitoes across the country, and perhaps I'll ask one of the team members just to provide some insight in terms of what's happening in other jurisdictions.
Hello, yes, I'm Mike Jenkins. I'm the coordinator of pest management for the City of Edmonton. We have not done an in-depth survey of other communities in Alberta or Canada, but this is the most widely spread used larvicide in the world. And we know that other communities in Alberta, including Calgary and Grand Prairie, have aerial programs, as well as using in-ground and roadside ditch programs. It's also used widely in other areas, including residential areas in Ontario, for control of disease vectors.
Okay, yeah, I definitely don't want to compare to the world, because I think when you're looking at the lesser of the evils, when you're looking at, malaria, we don't have that issue here in Alberta. So I definitely want comparators with Canada. Because one of the things that we heard from the speakers at the committee meeting was around how kind of Edmonton seems to lag behind and hold on to these programs well beyond other municipalities. So I really would like to get a sense of, what other municipalities have recently stopped it, and if there was, that fear of an increased, mosquito incident. Because another thing I heard was around, and I agree with this, while the research showed very clearly that this isn't that harmful, I think we always have to look from a whole ecosystem perspective, and I do worry about, the biodiversity crisis we're in right now, and the amount of bird life, for example, that rely on the larvae to survive. So I'm just trying to get a sense of, two things. What other municipalities have kind of walked away from this, and have they, seen a traumatic increase in spike in mosquitoes? And B, have we considered that whole ecosystem with regards to biodiversity and the risk around biodiversity?
So, Councillor, in terms of the in-depth jurisdictional scan, as Mr. Jenkins indicated, we haven't done a detailed assessment of that, but that's something that could be done going forward. But to your point, in terms of how we manage, in particular, mosquitoes, our program certainly does rely on the use of pesticides and herbicides, and certainly isn't just based on a particular ecosystem model. So, going forward, if that was something that the city wanted to take on, we would need to look at that integrated pest management policy and basically look at how do we want to formulate that policy so that it aligns more with an ecosystem type approach as opposed to using pesticides or herbicides.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, we have a broad sense, but not any in-depth analysis on the municipalities. And second, that we've been looking at this pesticide from sort of the health and safety specifically of that rather than the whole ecosystem?
Correct. We've been taking our guidance from industry best practices as well as governing bodies and their regulations and how that would allow us to use pesticides and herbicides.
Yeah, but natural habitats are a complex adaptive system that when you do one intervention, there can be many residual impacts, positive or negative, in the surrounding ecosystem.
Correct.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm just wondering about the application of it. There's been reference made that it's pellets, it's solid form. But if we're doing aerial spraying, does that mean pellets are being shot down like hail? Or is it aerosolized like in the helicopter? How is it applied?
So I'll start, Councillor, and then I'll ask Mr. Jenkins to provide a little bit more detail, but it is a granular material that's dropped from low altitude, so it isn't a fog. It is a material that is dropped in the stagnant water bodies, and from there it activates once it hits the water body. Perhaps Mr. Jenkins can provide some detail in terms of the specific application.
Yeah, that's correct. The granular product is delivered basically by a system that's very similar to a grain auger in a swath across the width of where the helicopter is flying. They apply it at a height of about 10 meters to the temporary bodies of water where the mosquitoes are developing. And so the granular pellets fall into the water from that height, and the product comes out of the corn cob from there.
Comes out of the what? The corn cob?
Yeah, so the carrier for the product is actually ground up corn cob. That's the main sort of most of the weight of the product is actually corn cob.
So if it was to fall, so when it's being spread across the wetlands or waterways, I mean, how exact is it? Like, and what sort of velocity? If it were to hit a vehicle, like, would it be like hail damage?
It would not be like hail damage. No, these are small pellets about the size of what you would get in cat litter. And it's applied from only about 10 meters in the air. It is not applied if there are any people, livestock, vehicles, or anything anywhere in the vicinity of the pool itself. And the swath itself is about 20 meters wide as they put it down.
Yeah, I remember that from the report. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I think I voted against this back in December, and I still have some concerns about it. I was wondering if administration could share some of the education or alternatives or recommendations that we can provide for homeowners who are concerned about mosquitoes on, say, their back deck. We heard from some speakers about bats and dragonflies and other naturalization techniques, about education about pooling water. Are there other pieces that we can do to help homeowners in Edmonton or folks in Edmonton who may be worried about mosquitoes in their own backyard?
Councillor, I think that there is a component around education that we can help all of our residents with in terms of how they deal with mosquitoes on their property. Perhaps I'll ask Mr. Jenkins to just provide a little bit more insight on some of those alternatives are, what they are for homeowners.
Our main recommendations to avoid biting is avoiding activity when the mosquitoes are at their peak. So avoiding activity at dawn and dusk. Wearing long sleeves, long pants if biting is bad. Using repellents that have DEET in it. But probably the most effective and the one that I recommend most often is the use of an oscillating fan. Just a simple oscillating fan on your deck or in the area where your patio furniture is can greatly reduce the amount of mosquitoes that are resting or coming to land in that area, and is far more effective than most of the commercially available mosquito killing products or even repellents. So that's the main one that we actually recommend.
Yeah, I worry about the sort of the, for lack of a better term, the war against mosquitoes kind of being like a trying to use a canoe paddle to hold back the sea. That even if we do this program or do 10 applications of it in different pools, that the other pooling or other bodies of water around the region or on properties, etc. I recall one summer a neighbor had a huge pool of water on their property, and that provided a mosquito habitat for the whole block. So I do wonder about the efficacy of this program, and I was wondering about again, going back to providing bat boxes or other alternatives to neighbors and residents that can actually deal with neighborhood conservation in a more sustainable financial and carbon budget way.
So, Councillor, I think there's probably some options we can look at in terms of both an education component as well as what we can do with citizens in terms of things like we've done with the Roots for Trees program, getting them more involved in the options. I think one of the things you referred to in regards to our program, we do know that in particular in rural areas that homeowners and property owners do their own spraying, and that's something that they will purchase product that is available commercially, but again, it's approved for use. So if we're able to reduce some of that the larvae that's generating the mosquitoes, we can hopefully be reducing the amount that residents have to do their own spraying as well.
But it's over $500,000, and if recommended multiple applications, there's not only the financial cost, but the cost for our carbon budget, et cetera, too. And I do wonder if at the end of the day it's using fans and techniques and supporting bats and birds and other interventions would be better given our fiscal situation. Mr. Chair, I would I'm not tabling, but I would support a motion to refer back for more options and cease the aerial approach. But I see there's 3 other speakers, so somebody else may have a motion. So I'll draft something and wait if nobody else has something.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Cardwell?
Pardon me. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So, Mr. Sebrick, we've had good mosquito years and bad mosquito years. Yes?
Yes.
And last year was a good one.
there was definitely less water, so less habitat for that larvae to start.
Not a lot of snow last winter, heat dome last June, July.
Correct.
Do you remember a bad mosquito year?
Not a specific year, but I recall years that were bad.
And we get, well, perhaps not we, perhaps you get a lot of complaint about, the amount of mosquitoes that are in our parks, in our public spaces where people are trying to, engage in activity, soccer, softball, that kind of thing.
We do hear the feedback.
You talked a little bit about essentially that people will make applications of pesticides to their private property. I guess in your estimation, would you think that that's in a less considered way? It's not necessarily in a following the instructions kind of way. That it's that there's a potential for people to overspray, to overapply, to use whatever material they can find.
Councillor, it would be very subjective on my part, but I know that the staff that we have and the contractors that we have with helicopter are all trained specifically to minimize the amount of product that we're using in an efficient way. So I can't say how a citizen may or may not use their products, but certainly the people that we use have specific training and have to follow some pretty strict procedures.
So we don't really have a gauge on how much a private citizens might use if there's a bad year.
No, that would be very hard without some significant survey work.
But we do know that when the city does this work, they do it, in strict accordance with all regulations that apply, both from products and from application. That we do it properly, we do it in a measured and deliberate way.
Correct.
And when we get a bad mosquito year, it's very much that the expectation is that the city is going to do something about it when it comes.
Typically, there's always an expectation that the city will provide some level of assistance or support in addressing it.
And if we don't catch them at the larvae stage, it's too late to do it responsibly and deliberately at an adult stage.
I would say yes. Perhaps Mr. Jenkins can provide a little more detail if you'd like.
In particular in the Edmonton area where we have cold overnight temperatures, going after the adult mosquitoes in particular is not terribly effective. And also any of the products that are used for that have a considerably larger effect on non-target organisms, all the dragonflies, pollinators, even the birds and pets than our larvicides do by a considerable margin. So both environmentally, financially, and due to effectiveness, we don't do large-scale adulticiding in Edmonton at this point.
So if we don't do it relatively soon, then we ought not do it at all.
So the adulticiding, or?
Well, whatever we employ as a mosquito control measure, we should do it now. We should do it relatively soon, given it's spring. And if not now, then not at all. Going down the road of doing, some sort of adult mosquito control is not recommended.
Yeah, although we do get multiple waves of hatching after each precipitation event, and that is the overall goal of our program, is to knock those waves down so that they're not as high. It's not to completely eliminate the mosquitoes. So even if we missed a wave or two in the spring, it could still be potentially, we would go after the larvae that develop after any summer events.
Okay, which is why there's a recommendation for more than 2 applications.
Correct.
Just to address those waves. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Tang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation a couple of weeks ago, and for and actually for several info sessions that your team has done to really provide council with the background information needed. My colleagues actually asked a lot of my questions, so I want to build on some of that. some of the speakers a couple weeks ago talked about, even though the BTI is technically a biosolution and doesn't affect that they only affect other species like midges, which can serve as part of the larger food web for other species. I guess I'm just wondering, to Mr. Jenkins, do you have any response to that?
As we mentioned, our program is not intended to completely eliminate mosquitoes or suppress their populations. We treat the waves of mosquitoes that develop after each precipitation event and try to reduce the number of larvae that are developing in those situations. In this way, it greatly reduces the number of biting mosquitoes that are coming out in those waves that essentially swamp the predators. The things like dragonflies, bats, they simply cannot keep up with the numbers of mosquitoes that are produced by those waves. So we're trying to reduce those, and we're only treating those temporary habitats where pretty much only mosquitoes are developing. They are not major development sites for the midges, and even a lot of the predatory midges, phantom midges in the family Chiabridae, they're not developing in those same sort of sites either. We deliberately leave the permanent sites where those populations are developing. We leave those untreated. Those are also major development sites for things like dragonflies. And so it helps their populations develop. And through the naturalization process, we're increasing the capacity for a lot of the stormwater ponds to actually serve that function and produce more of those species as well. And there are a number of sensitive natural areas where we do not treat, even though there are large production of mosquitoes in them. Places like the Wagner Natural Area out to the west of the city, sensitive fen. We not only don't treat the Wagner area, we don't treat their entire drainage basin.
Thank
in
you.
order to keep that food source there.
Yeah, no, thank you. Do we have like a biodiversity team, or do we work with any of the, university academics to kind of track some of those impact, which, this may be a one-time intervention, but that may or may not have long-term impact?
We do biodiversity monitoring as a regular part of our mosquito monitoring program. So we have information both inside and outside the program, what's happening in terms of both the mosquitoes and the other organisms in ponds that we've treated and that we haven't treated, and the difference between them. There's certainly room to have more biodiversity information. The university has done some studies, but nothing specific to this topic.
But we've never really partnered with them in the past.
We've partnered on a few projects here and there, looking at amphibians and the chronomids, a few of those things on occasion, but no long-term studies. No.
Right. And then the report said that, generally we don't do public engagement on a practice like this because we take it that Edmontonians want to have enjoyable summers and we value quality of life. But I guess there's a growing awareness of, impact of human interventions on ecological health, which in turn is very tied to human health, as, Councillor Rutherford had mentioned. Would you consider public engagement around this, kind of in that context?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we did some public engagement around the IPM policy, but yeah, we would welcome additional public engagement.
Mr. Seabrook, do you want to?
Well, I think going forward, if we were to look at reassessing how we deliver integrated pest management, I think the concept of extensive engagement with citizens in terms of what the trade-offs are, because as we've seen with many of our different programs, there's always a balance.
Sure.
And, although mosquitoes can be annoying for people, there is a bit of a trade-off, and that trade-off is different levels of acceptability for different people. So we'd want to get an assessment of what's representative of the city as a whole.
Thank you.
I would, however, Councillor, caution against there being any definitive insight from the community. We'd get a range of perspectives, always interesting, but they wouldn't guide you.
Thank you, Councillor Tank. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. Really, really picking up from that, and I'm just skimming through the existing integrated pest management policy right now, and I think it really speaks to attention. I tried to ground myself back in what our strategic priorities and policies are, and looking at city plan, we talk about supporting biodiversity and the health and enjoyment of all Edmontonians, and it just seems like there is that tension that biodiversity, I think, would suggest that we don't apply pesticides, but the enjoyment of all Edmontonians, I do see the biting nuisance factor there. So just wondering if there, again, I just really want to dig in further to that idea of biological pest control that I think could achieve both of those objectives at the same time. So providing that natural pest control that would support biodiversity while at the same time, address the enjoyment aspects. But Mr. Jenkins, I heard you say that you didn't feel that it would be possible to have a bat or dragonfly population that could adequately deal with those surges in mosquito population. Could you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, the natural history of the mosquito species in particular is geared towards taking advantage of those temporary habitats and building up really, really large numbers very quickly, beyond the carrying capacity of the regular environment. So there's basically not enough food the rest of the time for those predators to live on. It's only in these brief pulses of large populations of mosquitoes that there are huge numbers of them about that could potentially support them. So the predators that are normally around in the environment don't have the capacity to eat enough of the mosquitoes to make that sort of noticeable difference, the level of difference that we see with our mosquito control program. That said, we do support biological controls and have worked on a number of different projects looking at cyclopoids, dragonflies, carnivorous plants like bladderwort, transporting fish into some ponds if they can help decrease those numbers, predatory midges, a number of those things. And so, yeah, we've supported all those. We have put up bat boxes at some facilities near stormwater ponds in places where they would be ideal. One of those has been there for 25 years and still has not attracted bats. So even putting up the bat boxes isn't necessarily a guarantee you're going to get bats. But yeah, we support all those and try to encourage the development of the conditions for the predators, but they're never going to completely eliminate the mosquito waves for us.
Right. And I think that's a really good point. And for me, I don't know that it's a full elimination, as you've spoken about as well, but just about sort of managing. And I'm just wondering if so we're sort of looking at this suite of tools right now. So there are those, biological pest controls, the other ones that you mentioned, the education around standing water in people's yards. And then we also have pesticides. And so if we were to, turn down the pesticide dial, can we dial up some of those other efforts, which again, maybe not an equivalent, an exact one-for-one outcome, but again, is there further work that can be done on some of those other pieces?
Councillor, I think there would be further work, but I think, Mr. Jenkins identified a number of the different actions that we take, and they're you could consider them tools in pesticide management. But I think what the conversation today is more around how do we take all of those tools and build an integrated process that is maybe more ecologically based as opposed to based on things like herbicides and pesticides, but balancing the two together. So they all would have some role. It's just what's the sweet spot for each of those roles that achieves the outcome.
Right. And I think that's maybe what I'm struggling with, is that it seems like we do have a system where we are considering all of those tools, but it's just sort of like, as you say, that sweet spot and, what do we want to turn down further? But just quickly in the remaining time, do we have to have permission of the landowners to spray on their land? And have we approached any of those landowners around some of, just the flattening of those spaces and areas?
I'll just ask Mr. Jenkins to provide a little bit of oversight in terms of how we approach private property.
Yes, any treatment that is done on private property is done with permission from the landowners. So it's a fairly lengthy process getting all that permission from each of the ones that aren't just in the city. They go on to the surrounding counties as well. So there are a number of hurdles there. We have never actually approached any of them about what we call source reduction, trying to reduce the number of habitats that are in a lot of those areas, because a lot of these are actual natural wetlands. Even though they are temporary and wouldn't necessarily fall under the definition by legislation for a water body, they still are very important sources for a lot of those things like the midges and fairy shrimp, a number of other things that are the basis of the ecosystem for a lot of the birds and other wildlife in the area. So we do not encourage the destruction of those natural wetland habitats. We'd rather treat the mosquitoes in them and reduce those rather than completely wipe out the habitat.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkin. Really. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question is about the impact and for this specific aerial mosquito program. I want to focus on this program we're discussing for 6.2. And so from long-term impact perspective, and do we have any study or research already done in the past since this program started implement and 1974 to demonstrate what the impact for the human being health and also the mind and then what we spread on?
So if I could just clarify, so you're asking, do we have assessment of the health impacts based on the program we currently have in place?
Yes, we currently in place and since 1974.
So I'll ask someone to jump in on the call, but I don't believe we've done a health impact assessment specifically ourselves. What we've tried to do as a city is build a policy that follows all the applicable Health Canada guidelines as well as any provincial and federal guidelines around the use of the products. And that's been the way that we've tried to make sure that we're minimizing any potential health impacts.
Is that possible to have this done? And because back to this last summer when I was directing and in many neighborhoods, I heard many parents and specific concern about how this impacts their children, and specifically in the when the mosquito come out, their children go out pray, and when we come home and after our cities implement this spray, and the children get sick and has some like the I don't know how to describe that. So just what I heard for that concern specifically, and then it's possible for our city to continue to do the same since 1974 and to do some assessment and then to from long-term impact perspective.
So, Councillor, I think that would certainly be a body of work that we would need a lot of assistance in because we don't have that expertise in terms of health impact assessments.
Okay.
What we would be able to do is a lot of that would be anecdotal in terms of information we could find out, but we would definitely need assistance from subject matter experts in the field of healthcare.
Okay, so in terms of like across Canada, there's so many cities already stopped use cosmetic pesticides, and then so is there any specific reason for our city still continue to do this?
So, Councillor, we don't use herbicides for cosmetics. It's only to control regulated weeds. So, for example, dandelions were not a noxious or regulated weed. We don't use any product to control dandelions. So we have a policy now that says we don't use herbicides for cosmetic reasons.
Okay, so in terms of scope of area and for this program applied, if I missed something, I apologize. And then, so is like, for example, for drainage pond and parks area, and also storm water ponds and dry ponds inside the community, and also is the open area. Do we apply this program to those area, or do we have different approach and to do the mosquito control in certain areas like this?
So there's different approaches depending on the area. The helicopter spraying program is primarily in the rural areas. If you'd like, I could have Mr. Jenkins provide a little bit more detail.
Yes, this information already provided. I just want to clarify, and then so in around our residential area, we don't apply this.
So we don't have the helicopter application within the urban setting.
And for me to ask this question, and because some of my words actually is on the boundary of city and near to rural area, and also is overlap with residential area, and that is some constituents ask us certain questions, and because they're so residential area so close to the rural area, and that's where their concern come from.
So I will ask Mr. Jenkins just to speak to how we exempt areas or select areas depending on what's in that vicinity. Go ahead, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you.
The primary treatment is given to ponds that are developing mosquito larvae identified through surveys. But when they're approaching areas to treat, the guideline is they do not treat any body of water that is within 100 meters of a occupied building.
Okay,
Thank
my
you,
time
Ms.
is out.
Jones.
I come back.
Sorry, 30 meters.
Thank you so much for that answer. So, Councillor Rice, can you take the chair?
Yes, I take it.
Just a couple of questions, balancing the need to protect biodiversity and the enjoyment outdoors during summer. The two products that we use now in the aerial mosquito, how do they damage biodiversity? Just that's very important for me to understand.
I'll need to ask Mr. Jenkins to provide that detail.
Sorry, what was the specific
My
question?
question is that the two products that we currently use now, how much damage do they cause to biodiversity?
The products that we use an active ingredient called Bacillus thuringiensis israelensis that is essentially non-toxic to everything except mosquito larvae and a few related families of aquatic fly larvae.
Oh, I see. So there is some impact.
Overall, very low damage, but there is some, and we are, of course, reducing the number of mosquitoes, which can be a food source for other organisms.
Okay. And the products that people use on their own, if we don't do something in this area, if there's a large number of mosquitoes and the personal choices people would make, are those products that are available in the market, are they more damaging to biodiversity than what we use?
Depends on the product. Some of them, such as DEET, are pretty safe. Others, like mosquito coils, that generally produce a plume of synthetic pyrethroids. They can have significant effects on other organisms.
Okay. And some of the sprays people would use?
Typically, most of the repellents are quite safe.
They're safe, okay. And do we allow festivals and other event organizers to use their own methods of controlling mosquitoes during the events they organized? In the absence, we take action?
We used to do some adulticiding, control of adult mosquitoes at some of the festival areas, such as the Folk Festival. But the products that we use for that are largely no longer available. So we don't do that anymore. Okay. I'm not certain if they would use their own products at some of those festivals. The city does not.
Okay. So, but can they use their own products without the permission of the city on parklands?
Technically, no.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay. All right. So that's all I have for questions. So, Madam Clerk, the recommendation in front of council is whether to approve funding or not to approve funding, right?
So just for clarity, council already approved the funding for this program.
It was held in
the
abeyance.
December budget, but the funding was held in abeyance until this report came
Not
back.
to whether to release that money or not to release that money.
The report's now before you, and now council has an opportunity to decide what it wants to do.
Okay, got it. So that's the question, whether to release money or not to release money, right? Okay. Okay, I will take the chair back. And I'll go to Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was kind of hoping to stay out of this, but I was just wondering, Mike, you mentioned that these chemicals are safe. Where are we getting our information for that?
Health Canada, as well as the World Health Organization, have done extensive testing of these products. That's our primary source for the.
Okay, so their own testing, or testing done by companies that, and then they were provided the information?
Both their own testing by other companies and by independent researchers as well.
Okay, and what do we call? What do we call safe? I mean, one exposure is good, but multiple exposures maybe isn't so great. Just like the chemicals I might have in my home, multiple exposures would probably lead to some dire health effects.
That's one reason why we only do a few applications per year, is to reduce the impact, not just on the organisms in those ponds, but to overall reduce the amount of pesticides that are used in general.
Okay, and what's the long-term impact? I mean, do these things completely break down, or do they accumulate?
Because the soil bacteria that these are taken from can be potentially live in the sample, there's the potential that some of the bacteria could survive in the water, become in the soil, and could potentially then last 10 years until they're activated again. But that would be very, very low numbers. In general, the half-life of these products is about 2 days.
Oh, 2 days. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to get through it because I'm getting PTSD effects of the calcium chloride conversation, and how experts say it's great, but real life experience may be a little bit different. So there are other jurisdictions and provinces that have halted or paused or even eliminated the use of these chemicals. Are they doing it for no reason? I mean, that's what's really catching me up here, is that other jurisdictions have made this move, and there must have been a reason for it. And I don't think that we maybe have that answer. And maybe there's a motion coming that will ask that question. I don't know.
Councillor, I think you're right that other jurisdictions are doing some different things, but until we understood exactly what they were doing and why they were doing it, it'd be difficult to comment on. So that would be definitely part of any future body of work if we were to look at how we reassess the integrated pest management policy, and developing it based on some jurisdictional scans, but really understanding what those other jurisdictions are doing and why they're doing it, because right now a lot of it would be anecdotal in terms of what they've done without understanding why they've done it and what they've included in their new program. Because once you take one tool out of the toolbox, unless you balance the rest of the system, then you basically just eliminated one of the methods of addressing the issue.
Okay. Yeah. No, I totally understand that. Okay, so then I guess the next natural question would be, if we pause, I mean, do we really actually know what the impact would be? You could say, oh, more mosquitoes, but I mean, we don't really know that, because it all depends on the weather, it depends on the climate, depends on, also, as Councillor Cartmel was mentioning, just even the heat domes that we had last year. I mean, there's so many factors that go into it that this is just one factor. And I guess I'm tripped up a little bit on this whole debate, because the public says they want us to be more ecologically, environmentally proactive. On the other hand, if you ask people, do you want mosquitoes? They'll say no. So, I mean, we've got to kind of balance that question ourselves. And I personally feel like we probably don't have enough information. Anyway, I'm speaking to it at this point, so I'll stop. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I know Councillor Jans, listening to your conversation, questioning, that might be more of a subsequent motion from you, right? Instead of a referral motion, but that's a subsequent, right?
I've got it right.
Okay, but as a subsequent, right? Okay, got it. Okay.
Or, sorry. I believe it, Mr. Chair, I believe it would be a replacement motion. Or I'm not, actually, I believe it may be an amendment. Can I look to the clerk for direction?
So just for clarity, there's no motion on the floor. Not to speak for Councillor Jans, but the motion that he may have is not a subsequent motion at all. Depends on what council decides to do. But right now, there is nothing on the floor.
Yeah, because what I'm trying to understand, Madam Clerk, that the motion, that the recommendation has not been moved yet, right? But if it is, but it's, yeah. There's a recommendation from administration, but that recommendation has not been moved yet, right?
So the recommendation technically is from council because council's approved the budget adjustment. Administration was directed to hold the funds in abeyance until they come back with a report, which they have done. So technically nothing is on the floor yet, but they need direction or approval from council to either release
Yes,
the
absolutely.
funds
So
to go
somebody
back
would
to
need to move this
or something else.
recommendation or something else, right? So what I'm trying to understand is that if we move something else other than this recommendation, then we continue to hold the money in abeyance, or money is released back to the somewhere else, or
There
this
needs
motion
to-
is.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There needs to be clarity on what's to happen with the money, and it's possible that something else has been drafted to replace that. But again, for clarity, there's nothing on the floor at this point in time, and welcome council's direction on how to proceed.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
am I next
yes,
in the queue?
yes, go ahead.
I would like to move a motion.
I'll move a second round, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there's a second round? Yes, oh, so sorry, my God. The second round, thank you, Councillor Cutmill. Second for second round, Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on the second round.
Good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. That is carried. I'm just trying to avoid a lengthy debate on something that is, we haven't seen. If there's a desire on council to move forward, vote on the initial, but no one has moved their recommendation. So, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I would ask that if I can move a motion, and I believe the clerk has a copy of this, they could put it on the screen. It reads that administration develop education and biological pest control measures to manage Edmonton's mosquito population, and that the funds previously approved to restore the aerial mosquito program to 2020 levels, $507,000 on an ongoing basis starting in 2022, with funding strategies, be redirected to fund the implementation of the above program.
Second.
Can you explain, Councillor Jans? Can you introduce this?
Thank you. So I think this balances the different tensions that Councillor Paquette and others have articulated today, where we are trying to, with the city plan vision, take biodiversity and human impact more into account, but at the same time, we are trying to balance livability and the nuisance factor that many of us have experienced from mosquitoes and other pests. By investing in education and alternative pest control measures, such as we heard about from speakers, through bats, through dragonflies, through regulating our own residential water pooling and other measures that we take into account, it helps us to better help draw the line between, regardless of whatever happens out in the fields in St. Albert and out in the wetlands, we can play a role in our own neighborhoods and in our own property in terms of taking action to manage pests and to be more responsible. We know that application of pesticides does have downstream impacts, literally in the water, in the food chain, and in our birds and in our migratory birds and other factors. This allows us to spend the money on a more, I think more responsibly going forward. And hopefully, after a while through these interventions, we won't need to even be spending it out all because nature will have healed, and the excess prey, the mosquitoes right now that we have, will eventually, one day the predators will catch up to them. So it'll take some adjustments, but this is, nature is healing.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. So we are at 12 o'clock and we have 1:30 time specific. Once we deal with that item, we'll come back to this item.
Before we break,
Yeah.
I move we go in private?
Yes.
Subject
Second.
to section 7, oh, I got it here.
Yeah.
Subject to section 24, advice from officials, and 25, disclosures harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information Protection.
Thank you, Councillor
Point of
Hamilton,
order.
seconded by Councillor Cartmel.
Sorry, point of order.
Yes, Councillor, before we vote, absolutely.
Yeah.
Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, so again, just highlighting that I will be removing myself from this conversation in private due to a pecuniary interest, as my husband works for one of the unions, CSU 52. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. All right, please vote. Coach, you have to leave, Councillor. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, please vote.
We're good to go.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We'll see you at 1:30. and let Councillor Rutherford know. All right, Madam Clerk,
We're ready to be back.
we ready? Thank you, and we're ready to go. All right, so we have a motion. Can you put the first one up?
Mr. Mayor, we just need a mover and a seconder. for
Yes. Will somebody care to move the motion?
I would like to move the motion.
Councillor
Second.
Pespe and Councillor Paquette seconded it. Okay. Can you, Councillor Principe, please?
It would be my pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move that the memorandum of settlement between the City of Edmonton Amalgamated Transit Union Local Number 569 as outlined in the April 4th, 2022 Employee Services Report, ES01189, be ratified. And number 2, that attachment 1 be added to the April 4th, 2022 Employee Services Report, ES01189, and that the actions as outlined be approved. And number 3, that the April 4th, 2022 Employee Services Report, ES01189, remain private pursuant to sections 24, advice from officials, and 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Paquette. So we have a motion on the floor. Any questions? Seeing none, I will call the vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Absolutely. Good work, everyone. So if could, Andrew, can you let Aaron know? All right, and we are back on our item 6.2, aerial mosquito program. Councillor Cartmel, you're next.
Do we want to wait for Councillor Rutherford?
She's
Oh, okay. Okay, so I guess then to the mover, and I guess what I'm suggesting might be an amendment or friendly or perhaps otherwise, and that would be that that the recommendation from administration that the $507,000 be applied to this year, to the 2022 year, to allow aerial mosquito program to continue this year and to do this other work, ahead of a decision to continue the aerial mosquito program next year. I'm supportive of the work. I'm certainly supportive of a conversation that discusses a shift in strategies and starts a conversation about all of the things that we've been talking about through the two different meetings. But I'd hate to see the work just hard stop immediately, and that might allow for a transition. So I guess to the mover, if that would be friendly.
Through you, Mr. Chair, could the Inquisitor clarify what the question is?
I can, and that would be that we maintain funding for one more for this fiscal year, but otherwise do all of the work that's suggested in the motion starting in do the work between now and 2023 and redirect the funding dependent on that work in 2023.
I would not see that as friendly. My rationale being, through these conversations, well, first of all, 2 years ago in the Reimagine work, this item was, I believe, had already been tabled as something that we could stop doing. And through the conversations with administration here, I remain unconvinced about the relationship or the causality or the effect of the efficacy of this program compared to the outcomes of mosquitoes. I think when I smack a mosquito on White Avenue, I'm not sure that this program attacking the larvae elsewhere has an actual relation to the mosquitoes we see in Edmonton. I think there's a myriad of other factors that impact that, as we heard earlier, ranging from the heat dome to water pooling to neighborhood pooling, etc. So again, I'm not convinced now that this program has an effect. So I see no reason to continue it for one more year for dubious benefit.
Fair enough. So then I would offer an amendment to this motion then that would be as follows, and that would be that the motion is amended to see the funding continue for 2022 at $507,000 on a one-time basis with funding from financial strategies, and that the rest of the content of the motion remains essentially the same, but to start in 2023.
Second.
Do you want me to write something?
Actually, if I can just clarify, because we're all working on this. So the first thing, the motion actually has already been approved to do this work in 2022. The funds are held in abeyance. So we'll craft something to release part of the money that's being held in abeyance just for 2022, and we'll amend this motion if the amendment passes to have this program start in 2023. I just need to work through the steps on how to do that. So if you could just give us 5 minutes. Thank you.
okay. So the intent is that do the first part of this motion, but instead of allocating $507,000 to what Councillor Jans is requesting, that $107,000 will continue for this year for the aerial program, but 2023 potentially could be allocated to that work. Okay. All right, Councillor Hamilton.
I don't have questions, just to speak to it. I would support the amendment. I would not support removing this funding as is. The reason we funded this last year was in large part because we heard at length from members of the public that given the limited opportunities they had at that time to recreate and socialize, a lot of people were spending time outdoors. And the specter of having to combat not only a pandemic, but also mosquitoes was just a bridge too far for most people. I still feel like a lot of, having seen as the weather has turned lovely this past couple of weeks, people spending more time in our parkland, people enjoying being outside, and for a lot of people, they still feel most comfortable socializing outdoors. Once again, cutting the budgets for something that people have seen value in and have spoken to the value that they see in this program, to me, is unwise. So I wouldn't support removing this program or the budget. I am a big fan of sort of natural, I'll say a biological pest control, but as I understand and what I've heard from Mr. Jenkins and Mr. Seabrook is that those mitigations are actually really limited in their efficacy. And I'm conscientious that it seems very cut and dry. It seems like something that's very obvious. I remember when I was a young counselor, I came in and thought, well, why don't we just release a bunch of dragonflies into the ecosystem? And it was explained to me in painstaking detail that I won't repeat sort of why that wasn't an effective measure for as pest control, especially against mosquitoes. I also, I don't love pesticides. I despise having to put on something like DEET in the summertime. It's unpleasant. So I absolutely understand that when you talk about something like an aerial program, it's not, it doesn't seem maybe like the best approach, but I think it's been demonstrated by Mr. Jenkins and Mr. Seabrook that there's a lot of environmental mitigations that are taken and limitations on damage to the ecosystem. And again, I'll repeat, I think Edmontonians do see a lot of value in this program, and they have vocalized that. And I think that, heaven forbid, we have the opposite of the summer that we had. We have a wet summer like we had the summer before. There will be a lot of outcry for this program, and frankly, by the time that happens, it'll be too late. So I think this year it's much wiser to proceed. I think that there's, if we're looking at long-term impacts or long-term pest control strategies, I think that it'd be wise to be very strategic in how we approach that and not make this decision at the last moment. So I'll be supporting the amendment, but I won't be supporting the main motion if it proceeds as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rice?
Question.
Yes, go ahead.
For the clarification. So for this motion, just to the mover and Councillor James, and then for this $507,000 already approved in the budget.
Councillor Rice, just one clarification I need
Yep.
from City Clerk. We are talking about the amendment now, right, to the motion, right? So we are clarification on the amendment, or could be on both motions?
So I'm not sure if the amendment's been, we're just drafting it. I'm just a few moments away from having that seconded. Once that's been seconded, my recommendation is that you focus your discussion on the amendment to the main motion.
Okay, so you can ask questions to Councillor Cartmel, right, now at this time because it's amendment? No, sorry, explain it to me again. Because it's been seconded by someone.
To my knowledge, the amendment hasn't actually been stated, put on the floor and seconded. I could be wrong, but I thought Councillor Cartmel's intentions were clear. We just needed a few moments to make sure that we were.
So we'll wait until it's there?
I'll have that in just a few moments.
Okay, got it. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
I'm
Councillor
just
Rice, go ahead.
checking.
Yeah, good.
1 minute already gone.
No worry, I'll give you, I'm taking note of the time.
Thank you very much. And then to mover, and for administration develop this education program and also the measures, I don't think this one $507 million and will be, or not $500,000 will be used for total, right? So what's your intention for this entire money to transfer to this new action?
I trust that the next step, if we approve the motion today, would be that administration goes back and brings forward a plan for those aspects of biological pest control, such as dragonflies, bats, other measures, and then also as education, as we heard earlier, about other measures that people can take to mitigate mosquitoes. So, would it require all the 507,000? Would it require less? I'm not sure, but I trust that they would recommend that to us.
Can that intention reflect in the wording? And because right now the wording come across, it seems like the whole entire money will transfer to that.
It would, and I trust in anytime we approve an amount, I trust if we allocate $1 million for sidewalk and they don't need all the $1 million for sidewalk, they only need 787,000. I trust that they will not spend an extra few hundred. I think it's fine as is.
For me to ask this question, I think one intention behind, and we still need mosquito control program, and then education and develop measures. In my opinion, may not fully contribute to how we control our mosquito, and that is actually our Edmontonians want it. That is why I think that for the money, if we can just very clearly indicated how much money was spent on the just development education program, that would be helpful. So that's my first question. Second question, and then it's my understanding in 2021, our aerial mosquito program actually stopped it. So last year. So right now, this the original budget passed is just restore the program and then introduce program back to 2020 level and for 2022. So for amendment, and then amendment is only one time and for 2022. So after that, work is not ongoing, right?
So the program was discontinued as part of the 2021 budget, but it was reinstated for a one-time basis last
1
year.
year.
So this, I would have to just confirm with Ms. Padbury, I believe this is reinstating it back into the base.
Ongoing?
Ongoing.
So with the motion that was previously made in budget would restate it on an ongoing basis. You're now amending that as part of this discussion. But the 507 was placed into the budget on an ongoing basis in the fall of 2021 for 2022.
So if that is ongoing, and I also saw the information in the reports and then to promote from 2 campaigns and to 4. What that cost could be?
Sorry, Councillor, you're asking what
Yes.
the cost would be if we had
Yes,
4
and- yeah.
applications? So right now, the 2021 budget would be 507,000, and that would include 2 applications. If we were to do 4, based on the 2020 numbers, that cost would increase by approximately, I believe, about 150,000, but I'd need to take that back.
Is that intention and for us to do some, like, for example, pilot for 2022 to say, do we need 2 or do we need 4?
Sorry, could you repeat?
So I said, and then if we do the one time only for 2022, and is that the intention for us to look at the pilot for 2022, and we will use that for the future years or not?
The way the motion is worded
Yeah.
now, this is I interpret this as a one-time body of work, but there obviously would be an ongoing educational cost component. I don't know what that would look like on an ongoing basis. I believe this is intended to set that up and then continue it on. Perhaps if you were to ask the mover, because right now it's kind of in two components. It's building it and then delivering it on an ongoing basis.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I think my time is
Yeah,
out.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. And I'll go to Councillor Cartmel to reintroduce that amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So my amendment is as follows. First of all, that the words starting in 2023 be added after the word population. And that the following be added after the word levels in replacement of what is there. So levels be allocated as follows: $507,000 in 2022 to restore the aerial mosquito program to 2020 levels, and that on an ongoing basis starting in 2023 be redirected. Well, that's gone missing. But as it was phrased there, be redirected, etc. So those are my amendments, and I don't know if the clerk wants to put up the motion as amended for clarity.
Second. Yeah, we'll put that up. Just one moment, please.
Second. Second by Councillor Knack. Right? Okay, good, thank you. So as we put that on the board, here you go.
So I just by way of introduction and very briefly, I as I stated earlier, I think there should be a bit of a transition to moving to to have the conversation and transition to a different approach. I think would be fruitful. If that conversation does not appear to bear fruit, then we can continue with this program and make that decision next year. I take the comment by the original mover regarding a mosquito on White Ave, but a mosquito in Keswick or Windermere might have a different outcome. That spraying program is for the enjoyment of everybody around the city, and I would suggest that might not be proportional, but those that live at the very edges of the city or that live on the edges of green spots and green spaces are going to find more of a problem than those in the most urbanized parts of the city. So while it might be somewhat disproportionate, this is a program that people have counted on and have come to expect, and I think that we should continue it while we have the conversation around transitioning it. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. So that's clear. Money will stay with the mosquito program in 2022. Then moving forward, 2023 will be redirected to fund some of the work that first part will generate. So I'll go to Councillor Wright next.
Hi, thank you. I was originally up on the board to ask Councillor Jams that his intention was for the education to begin in 2022 this year, not delay it another year. Is that right?
We are at this time on the amendment. You can wait till we come back to amendment if this passes or fails, right? So.
Okay, so I don't really have any questions then for the mover of this amendment, so I will yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. It's just I have a question to administration that I think applies in both the motion and the amendment. We talked a bit about leveling ground. So knowing that there's already outreach talking with each of those private landowners in the agricultural areas to get their permissions to spray, just wondering if sort of that education component of this motion could also include working with them to flatten out lands that don't provide those other biodiversity functions and values that you highlighted?
Councillor, I think an education campaign would need to include all the different components and what each sort of stakeholder or citizen group can contribute to the overall reduction in mosquitoes. So whether it be rural or urban setting, we would want to have different elements that each of those groups would be able to contribute to.
Great, thank you. That provides a lot of clarity. I think I totally see the value of this amendment that's been put forward. I do have a sense of urgency around this, so won't be supporting the motion, the amendment, but look forward to supporting the original motion. And thank you to both the amender and the mover for these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So we will vote first on Councillor Cartmell's amendment. I see no question, but I'll go to Councillor Cartmell if you wish to close.
Oh,
Nothing more.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to get my name on, but it's not popping up.
Okay, well, I'll go to you then. Go ahead.
Thank you. My apologies. And just a question to the mover. And I know that you sort of stated some of your motivation, but and we've heard from other councillors that there's a sense of urgency. What I'm understanding from you, though, is that you're saying that the public needs time to adjust to this as a potential new reality, in that probably after this year, if this amendment passes, there will no longer be a spraying program. Is that sort of your thinking?
Well, I think if that's to me, Councillor Briquette, I think that we take the year to have the conversation and offer those opportunities for input to those we represent. So if the alternative program is a series of bat boxes, which we've heard from administration may or may not be successful, or is the distribution of dragonflies, our public may say, you know what, rather than take on those approaches, we would prefer that the spraying program continue. But I think I would not presume anything other than if we're going to transition to something different or consider a transition to something different, that we should continue what we're doing until we have a fully evaluated, conversed, engaged, and informed program to transition to.
Okay. Right. Okay, that's a little stickier than I thought. All right. Okay. We're sort of straying a little bit, but it's pertinent to your thinking. How does this square then with the idea of a potential other motion or move from council to take a look at a jurisdictional scan and maybe pause until we understand the reasoning that other jurisdictions have for the move that they have made?
Well, again, I don't think that I understand from Mr. Sebrick's comments that it'll take a bit of time to do that jurisdictional scan. And so again, understanding that administration has brought forward a report that says that the work they're doing is consistent and conforms to the regulations of the land and best practices as we know it for now. To understand what other jurisdictions have contemplated, I think is fair to understand and to consider. But in the meantime, we still need to think about mitigating the mosquito problem in Edmonton, which we know can be quite severe following wet winters, and with no mitigation could be quite uncomfortable for our citizens.
Yeah. Do no harm or cause no discomfort. These are my choices. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I see no one else on the board to ask questions, so let's vote on Councillor Cartmell's amendment, please.
We're just missing one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Amendment is defeated. All right, we go to the initial first Councillor Jan's motion. All right, and Councillor Wright, you had questions on this, so I'll go to you. And please click.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Mayor.
please click if you don't mind.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, I guess my initial question then to the mover was that your intention was to have this this education begin this year, right, for 2022 and not delay?
Yes, absolutely. I think the sooner we can get going on these alternate interventions and helping people mosquito-proof their own property, I think the better.
Okay. And do we need that 507,000 on an ongoing basis?
I would hope not. I think the idea with permaculture in general is that up front you have to make some investments, but then after a while, right now when you have an excess of mosquitoes, once natural predators are allowed to even out again and the biology gets back into the circle of life and some sort of a homeostasis, we'll naturally have more birds and others to help deal with the larvae and the mosquitoes, and we'll have more interventions in our community. We'll have residents being more aware about why that kiddie pool full of stale water is not just bad for you, it's bad for your neighborhood. It's taking a look at these other measures. So I'm hoping that if we come back multiple years from now, that we won't need to be doing this. I think there's a problem with induced demand is kind of the word that comes to mind, that people right now will see a mosquito and they may attribute it to this is because they didn't do the larva spray or not. Yet we don't totally know. We can't guarantee, and it's to me a bit of as I said earlier, kind of an attribution bias, that people will think that it's the result of this program, when I don't believe that's the case.
Okay. And would some of the education also include what residents can do to reduce the I guess the annoyance of mosquitoes in their own backyards or balconies, or even in our city parks? I'm thinking of plants that that the mosquitoes don't like. I'm thinking of lavender, marigolds, which is the city's flower. Would part of that education and information include something along those lines?
Absolutely great suggestions, and we heard from many speakers in the public who would come in and share. And I think there's another portion of this education as well too, which is not just about how to prevent mosquitoes, but also understanding that we are part of an ecology, and mosquitoes and flies and dragonflies and even butterflies are they may be an annoyance to some, but actually they're part of our biodiversity. They contribute to part of not just the beauty of our world, but our food supply and everything else. And it's not as simple as letting people having people just adopt such a narrow view that think they can chemical their way out of every problem, that there's consequences of that, not just to the birds and the bees, but the future survival of humanity on Earth.
And given that a lot of the spraying, I've noticed in the map that administration provided, a lot of the spraying is being done in the southeast corner of the city limits. And I'm just wondering, administration, I think Mr. Jenkins, you had mentioned that you require the permission of the landowners, and there's a number of hurdles in contacting those people. Has any of that been conducted yet for this year, if we were to go ahead with the mosquito spraying?
Yes, the landowner consent program is ongoing as lands change hands. But yeah, we have permissions in place for this year.
All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Before I go to Councillor Tang, I do have a procedural question to City Clerk. If this motion passes, then this is the motion that goes forward for administration to work on. If this motion fails, can the original recommendation from administration be moved? Can it there be moved?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need. Thank you. Good. Okay, Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess just to Councillor Paquette's point earlier, I had the same question, but more to Councillor Jans for making this initial motion. Are you envisioning that kind of that jurisdictional scan will be part of this work? So just want to confirm.
Yeah, if there's other, because not every jurisdiction does this, right? Yet other jurisdictions somehow manage their mosquitoes, and somehow they manage other alternatives.
So I think
yes.
to understand that.
And if there's best practices from Lac La Biche, let's integrate them.
Yeah, and in similar context and stuff, because a lot of jurisdictions would take this on for public health reasons, which we don't necessarily quite have the same thing here. I guess to Mr. Seabrook or Mr. Jenkins, I'm curious, some years, wet year we do 4 sprays, drier year we do 1 spray. How do you, I guess, track the impact that's attributed to this particular program?
Councillor, I'll ask Mr. Jenkins to provide a little bit more insight, but I guess one of the things that we've heard today, and it's consistent, is that we know when we have a program that is reasonably meeting the needs of citizens, we hear feedback. So feedback is a big indicator sure. in terms of how what we're doing is meeting the needs of citizens. But I'll just ask Mr. Jenkins to provide a little bit of oversight in terms of how we track mosquito population.
So yeah, we track the mosquito population both in the larval form through dipping. So we're going out there and sampling those pools where we've treated to determine if it's controlled the mosquitoes in those habitats. And those absolutely show that our treatments are effective at reducing those larvae. As for the adult mosquitoes, we have a series of traps around the city. Some are light traps, some are carbon dioxide baited traps, but they collect the adult mosquitoes in the various regions around the city and give us a better idea of what's happening in terms of the activity of those species, as well as the species breakdown. Those traps typically show that in the core of the city, the mosquito populations are about 5 times lower than on the outskirts of the city in those periods when we're doing an active mosquito control program. Even the rest of the time, the numbers within the core are about half what they are outside the program.
Mm-hmm. I think during the course of this debate for the last few weeks, I've learned a lot about mosquitoes, including how some cities also, take other forms of intervention of design, to remove mosquitoes, not just relying on spray, whether chemical or not. And I guess in the absence of other forms of interventions we've explored, because we've been using this for a few decades now, right? I think it's hard, I guess, that public engagement as an indicator, we've only ever had that one experience that with one particular intervention. And we don't know what we don't know, and we don't have that public response to other forms that we haven't really tried, is my thinking. But Mr. Jenkins, did you unmute yourself?
We do. We have what's called a source reduction program where we go and habitat that is suitable for basically landscaping out. We do fill those in. That's typically in places like sports fields, schoolyards, along walkways, things along those lines. So
have you...
the City of Edmonton and EPCOR.
Have you gotten much feedback on those ones then? Or is that kind of all been conglomerated into the same?
It all gets conglomerated into one thing. We don't have any way of teasing out how much of the population would have come from those. We also have done a program promoting biological control for decades, from cyclopoid predators to fish to dragonflies. We've even investigated doing bats in the past, but most of that is mostly just been putting up bat boxes.
But as you said, it didn't necessarily attract as many bats as we hoped, which I think bats globally are experiencing a bit of a crisis. Okay, well, thank you very much for that additional education.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack.
Just to speak, so I think Councillor Rice has questions still.
Councillor Rice.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Mayor. Because we're talking about should we stop the aerial mosquito program and for 2022 or not. And because this program was stopped last year, 2021, and we tried to figure out if we need to go back to 2022 level. So my question for this motion is about if this motion passed, is there other control activities for the city's mosquito and still in place? And we have other control activities for the mosquitoes.
Councillor, this is just one element of the overall program. So there is a ground program as well that's still in the program and budgeted.
Okay, so other methods in the different areas still in place.
In different areas, but it wouldn't target these specific areas.
Yes, specific for this area. So, we'll talk about that. I think that is one question. Another question to the mover could be considered friendly amendment. And for the funds, can we add the portion of the funds be redirected to the fund? And by that way, we can ensure if we stopped the aerial mosquito program, but we still have enough resources to implement other type of mosquito control program in place and to ensure and that our Edmontonians can enjoy our summertime.
I would see that as already incorporated in the intent of the motion, so I would.
So just add one word.
Which word? I'm sorry.
And then before funds, and then the third row, and then so at that, the portion of funds provision is approved to restore because that's his total amount.
Through you, Mr. Chair, could my colleague clarify which portion?
For example, right now the wording for that right now is $507,000. Can we just show the portion of these funds be directed to fund the implementation of our programs?
I don't know how much that amount would be.
Yeah, we don't have that number yet, but by that we keep that flexibility, and then to have the money and enough resources, and if other programs and for the mosquito control needs additional resources.
I think amount would have to be identified, right?
Yeah, and can I just ask what the money would be used for? Could you just clarify that for me?
For the portion of this $507,000.
Yeah, and what would that money be used for?
I don't have that number. I just thought by that way, if we stopped the aerial mosquito program, and then other type of activities for mosquito control still in place, and in case we need additional resources for
Maybe
other
I could
programs.
Provide some clarity, Councillor.
Yeah.
The 507,000 is just for the aerial mosquito program. So the other portion of the program that you're worried about is funded and will happen no matter what.
Yes.
So
let me clarify more like this way, and then if this motion passed, and based on the motion description here, that $507,000 will this funding will redirect to the educational and measures development programs.
Correct.
And so if we can add one word just for portion of the funds for this development, education and measures development program, and for rest of them, we can keep, and in case other mosquito control program need additional resources.
Oh,
and
I see.
you know, and because this motion passed, and we don't have aerial mosquito program, and in case this year, and we have worst mosquito, we need more resources for other type of activities going on.
So I understand now, and I do believe it's back to the mover for
Yes. So
consideration.
if you consider that's a friendly reminder or not.
I don't think it would be friendly. I think because this was the money that was set aside in the fall supplemental budget, this would be, I'm sorry, I'm still processing here. I don't think it would be friendly.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That's my question.
Yeah.
Thank you,
But-
Ms. Chair.
So, but one thing is clear though, like if this motion passes, there will not be any aerial mosquito program for this year.
Yeah, that's is my concern. I said from planning advanced perspective, we can have additional resources to support our city's mosquito control program.
All right, Councillor Rice, can you take the chair?
Taken.
So on the education part and the biological pest control measures, how quickly can they be developed?
Your Worship, I think we would strive to get it done as quickly as possible, but we certainly, I don't think, would have enough time to build a real comprehensive program by the start of mosquito season. We would work towards getting that done. I don't know if it would be done in time for, the first waves of mosquitoes, probably not. Would we be able to have something in place for the summer? Probably.
Yeah, so, because that's my concern. It's not that I'm against this, right? I think that's why I voted for Councillor Cartmell's amendment, because even though I like the intent, I would like to pursue this, but this year, we will not be as effective in controlling the mosquitoes if we cancel the aerial program.
We would
because we would not be able to develop these in time.
Correct, and we would be taking one tool out of the toolbox and replacing it with another tool, which would be an education component, and I don't know if that relative effectiveness would be the same, over time, possibly, but in one season, I would say it probably wouldn't.
Yeah, even if we develop these control measures, the effectiveness will take time to measure.
It would take time, and it would take some programming for us to change our operation and our plan on how we deliver the program.
Okay. That's all I needed to clarify. Councillor Paquette, and I'll take the chair back, sorry. Councillor Paquette, you haven't had a round yet.
Is Councillor Knack on the second round?
No, Councillor Knack is to speak.
Oh, okay. All right, just how many education components are there really about controlling mosquitoes? Use an oscillating fan, make sure there's no standing water, use some mosquito spray. Anything I'm missing? Mosquito nets work?
I think you probably covered off the bulk of the ones that we would be. I think there's probably some other elements that we would try to look at where we would convey that so that it's an approach, just like anything we do with traffic safety, we try and target school children so they learn about it and becomes part of how they view the environment. So I think there'd be elements that would be quick and others that we would develop over time.
Yeah, okay, but I'm just thinking it's pretty basic information that we can probably disseminate pretty quickly, couldn't we? I mean, I could probably draft something up and post it tonight.
I'll just ask Ms. Owen to just speak a little bit about what an education program could look like.
I think you're correct, Councillor, in that it wouldn't be complex to convey to Edmontonians what measures they could take in their own lives to minimize the impact of mosquitoes. And we would certainly take that on with our colleagues in City Ops.
Yeah, okay. And then we could also provide the rationale and reasoning, also indicate that, other entire provinces are moving in that direction. It just seems to me like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is pretty straightforward and we already send out information on a regular basis. I'm trying to understand how this would be in any way difficult to utilize as a tool. Within even the next few days or weeks.
We can certainly send information out to Edmontonians. That won't preclude this being controversial. It is the only thing I would add. You're correct that it's not complicated, but it could result in divisiveness.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Well, I just thought I'd check in on that because, it may be divisive, but these are the actions that, by and large, Edmontonians are asking us to make. So I actually have a few words to speak to us. So I'll just stop. unless it's okay if I just use my remaining time, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, use your time to speak, Councillor Paquette.
Okay, great. Thank you. So it's all interrelated. You know, I think about this. I was actually having this conversation with my kids last night. They're asking why governments aren't doing more about climate change and about preserving ecosystems and things like that. And I said, well, really, it's not the politicians, it's the people. It's the will of the people. Politicians follow it. They said, so for example, let's say a government moves too quickly on one file and they don't bring the people along. The people are just going to vote them out and bring in people who say, hey, we'll just do the other thing. Don't worry about it. And, this is sort of the situation that we're in. The same thing with the single-use plastics ban, so on and so forth. So, really at the end of the debate, lawmakers have to decide, whether they take that hit and work to bring people along, because it is the majority of people. So I think we're pretty much on the right side of history here. But, do some of the actions that will actually help drive our population in our city and our country toward more sustainable ways of doing things, does it also mean some slight discomforts here and there? Yeah, it actually does. And that's why it's such a difficult conversation to have sometimes, because people don't like discomfort. And it's the difference between a short-term way of thinking and a long-term way of thinking. And in the short term, I have no doubt my inbox is going to get a little bit full. In the long term, I know that I can rest a little bit easier, and probably so can most of Edmontonians, knowing that we're doing the right thing. As long as no mosquitoes get in the house, I guess. If you've ever had a mosquito buzzing in your ear, that can get pretty crazy making. But yeah, so these are difficult conversations, and I'm really proud of Council for having them, and I look forward to hearing what Councillor Knack has to say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I'll go to Councillor Knack next.
I wouldn't look forward to it, Councillor Paquette. I don't have exciting things to say. So this just based off the outcome of the amendment, which obviously I'd supported, I would have preferred to see this start next year. With that said, I think I have to support this because I'm playing out a scenario where if this were to fail, then most certainly the other motion is going to fail because the other one that we just voted on failed 8-5. So if we had all three motions fail, then we have sort of nothing. And so for me, I'd better just use some of this funding to do the education, the biological pest control that's identified, even if I would have preferred to see it start in 23, than to vote this down and then most likely have a vote to continue on in 2022 without any of the additional work that had been included in the amendment, which would then fail, and then we wouldn't be putting any of this extra money to use. So I'd rather put this money to use, albeit it would have been preferable to see it start in 23. So just in case folks are wondering why I would have voted against or voted in favor of the amendment and then at the same time vote in favor of this, it's because I at least like the money to do something this year, that additional funding. So I will support this, although I really wish we had waited a year. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Anyone else to speak? See none. I will go to Councillor Jens to close.
Just wanted to add a couple quick things. Thank you to my colleagues for the debate today. First of all, I think it's really important that we reject false attribution or reject the premise that it's a mosquitoes yes, no. We've all heard that we've done interventions for decades, and yet there's still good or bad years. That there is a measure of this that is completely outside of our control. And so I think that if people write us complaining about mosquitoes, I think we need to make clear that the mosquitoes are not a result, yay or nay, of this program. It's, all these other measures that we can do, and that's where the education comes in. But I think it's also important that we talk about the benefits here. Councillor Paquette articulated very well about wildlife, wetlands, diversity, water, crops, communities, and in future, saving money that we can, hopefully this will mean less spends year over year, not just financially, but out of our carbon budget in a helicopter going around and doing interventions here too. I think it's really important that we also highlight the opportunity here. We talked a bit about the education, but that second part of the first sentence, the biological pest control measures, that's where I get really excited. Like, how can community leagues get active in our own rescue here in the summer and do bat box programs, do building programs, have education? How can we work with other naturalization experts and folks to help make, we talk about in city plan about how we're going to be a sustainable city and embracing biodiversity. This is a great opportunity here. So I see us as taking a step forward. The more people realize the dangers of chemicals and herbicides and pesticides and these sorts of interventions where, there's so dire downstream implications to the future of life on Earth that, we need to nip it in the bud, and whether it's swatting mosquitoes or on a much greater level. This is a huge opportunity to tell a good news story about our commitment to climate, our commitment to biology, and I would encourage you to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. I'll call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That has carried. Okay. Now we are going into 6.3, alternative landscape options for boulevards and turf. Exempted by Councillor Cartmill. And this is also a report from the Community and Public Services Committee. Councillor Cartmill, would you like to make a brief introduction?
Thank you. Yeah, I will. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So this was the other report that we talked about at Community and Public Services Committee, where we heard from largely the same group of speakers. And that conversation focused primarily on those speakers expressing their opposition to using herbicides and pesticides, and particularly for ornamental and aesthetic reasons on turf management. We did not get a chance to speak to or ask questions of administration. Administration did present their presentation, and that included a considerable amount of material about alternative vegetation, alternative growth approaches, alternative treatments to lawn, I would say. And we did not really get an opportunity to discuss those optional vegetation approaches at committee. The focus was largely on the pesticide-herbicide matter. So I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmill. Well, you exempted it as well, so you're the first one to ask questions.
Thank you. I've got a couple of series of questions. The first is around stormwater management ponds. And we did discuss this a little bit, I believe, at Urban Planning Committee when we talked about homeowners associations. And so I just want to confirm a few things with you, Mr. Sebrick. First of all, the maintenance of turf around stormwater retention ponds generally was reduced and in some cases eliminated primarily out of a budget concern in the early days of the COVID pandemic. Is that fair to say?
Part of it, yes.
Yeah. And that has evolved, at least in the fairly narrow consideration of stormwater drainage ponds, to a conversation or an implementation of a naturalization process, which has been largely don't cut the grass. Is that also reasonably accurate?
I guess you could call it the passive naturalization would be what we would do around the ponds, but new areas we would have intentionally allowed them to be natural.
So let me ask it this way then. There are a series of ponds that were being maintained that are no longer being maintained. The grass isn't being cut. There's no active weed control either with herbicides or pesticides or any other measure.
So they are largely being allowed to grow their natural form. I believe there is some weed control to control noxious or regulated weeds, but it would not be to the same level as a manicured facility.
And no engagement has been done on that course of action. I mean, when we were looking at these measures from a budgetary perspective in the midst of COVID, there wasn't a lot of engagement on anything, including some of the reimagine work. But But now that the focus seems to be more from a naturalization perspective, we have not done any engagement on that with those landowners that are in those neighborhoods.
Not in those. The engagement started following the discussions around the Reimagine work and the work to reevaluate the whole naturalization program.
And in some instances, there was agreements with homeowners associations to perform that maintenance, either to augment what the city was doing or to replace what the city was doing. And administration just refused to allow those agreements to continue and allow that work to continue in most instances.
I think some of those agreements were affected, as you indicated. Yeah.
Right. So we haven't talked to anybody, but we've refused to allow agreements to go forward. I've heard from some instances where people were threatened with the $10,000 fine per instance of, messing with vegetation on city property, kind of an approach. So I guess my question, Mr. Sebrick, is what would it take to reestablish that maintenance effort at those locations until engagement takes place and a collaborative decision can be made around the care around those ponds and the role of homeowners associations?
So I think what you've described is kind of underway now. We began the work on reestablishing the naturalization program and the education and engagement piece around that. So what we've done is looked at those locations that were added or removed from the maintenance program and looked at just continuing that work this year until we can complete the naturalization reassessment. So locations that prior to 2020 were part of a maintenance program, we would look at continuing that this year.
So look at is not definitively saying we will maintain.
I think that would be the intent, but certainly there may be some limitations, but our intent is to try and get as much of it back to what it was for the course of this year.
And what about those homeowners associations that were performing that work? Will they be allowed to resume that work?
Yes, and I believe we've already started reaching out to some of those homeowner associations, but I think I could get Mr. Kennedy to confirm. He's on the call, I believe.
Good afternoon, Council. We have begun engagement. I'll actually, I'd like to bring Nicole Fraser on the line. She has had more direct connection with our homeowners associations currently. Thanks.
Sounds good. Thank you. We have had conversations with a couple of homeowners associations that have reached out to us, even before the presentation at committee with this report. And so one of them was a discussion where the homeowners association and the city agreed on an adjusted mowing boundary around the stormwater management pond. And in the other case, we still were in discussions with the other HOA. So we would start work on more actively contacting the homeowners associations that contacted us in 2021 with any concerns about naturalization around the stormwater management ponds. But as of today, we've talked to 2 so far, and then we are starting public engagement for the naturalization plan citywide in mid-April.
Oops, I'll come for a second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Jans is away. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so just a few questions. So I'm just wondering, large scale projects, I'm thinking Terwillegar Expressway, even Yellowhead, 50th Street grade separation. When we're doing that type of sort of large scale infrastructure upgrade, is that where we would consider, making alternative plantings as opposed to traditional turf? And I guess, is that already built into our process?
Councillor Salvador, Adam Laughlin, it is something we consider as we develop the designs, obviously from an operation maintenance perspective and any policy direction from council. We would make adjustments based on where we land, but it is a consideration. Sometimes schedule actually dictates what we would advance in order to make sure that we have the necessary vegetation catching.
Okay, thanks for that. And yeah, just considering sort of that initial installation phase, it just seems like an opportunity when we're already in there sort of tearing things up. But I appreciate that answer. Also have a question on the flip side of some smaller scale interventions. Wondering if we've contemplated guidelines for citizen-led kind of residential boulevard planting. I know that listening to committee, some of the speakers, specifically EFCL, brought that up, that they were interested in exploring something like that. Wondering if admin can maybe talk about whether there's been some conversations going on in the background, and what we're looking to do in that regard.
Councillor, I'll start and then I'll ask Ms. Fraser to jump in. But we do see a number of different potential options for how residential areas can deal with boulevards from a neighborhood perspective. Similar to some of the other programs we've operated with the street labs, getting the community involved in terms of how they manage that space. So something along that line certainly could work. We do have the Partners in Parks program, so there's some foundation that we can build off of and expand to boulevards. But I'll just ask Ms. Fraser to put in a little bit more information on that.
Thank you. Yes, we have had some background conversations, including with the FCL, who approached us in 2021 with a proposal for some boulevard gardening guidelines and wanting the city's input on ensuring that those guidelines align with things like traffic safety bylaws and landscaping standards and things like that. And so we have had a couple of meetings with the lead from EFCL on that project, and we have another one scheduled for April. To discuss possibilities for implementation. And then we've also had some internal meetings, like Board mentioned, on what are some existing internal processes we could leverage to potentially make this easier for people. So including our current license of occupation for boulevard gardening, which residents can use, or programs like Street Lab.
Okay, fantastic. And just, I guess I should clarify, as part of those conversations, I know other jurisdictions, I'm thinking Victoria, Saskatoon, Regina, they have gone ahead with those types of guidelines. Would we be basing our work off of some of that pre-existing work that's been done?
At this point, we have looked at the City of Victoria guidelines, and one of our team members has actually reached out to them to ask how those guidelines have been working. Are they working well? Are there any issues? And that was related to the conversation from EFCL as well, because I know they were also looking at City of Victoria.
Okay, great. Well, I'll yield the rest of my time, but I do have a subsequent in the works around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because this is an information report, I have a subsequent motion. Would you prefer I moved it now or wait till we get through the speaker's queue?
I think subsequents are after we accept the information for a report, after we move the recommendation, right? Or accept.
I believe it's an.
But you can ask questions about it and make a reference that you will make a subsequent motion. You can ask questions.
So subsequent would be after some decisions made. You don't need to receive this report for information. If hypothetically there were other councillors who would like some different action, at the discretion of the chair, those motions can be put on the floor at any time.
So subsequent motion could be put on the floor anytime now?
So I'm not sure what it would be subsequent to.
Maybe I misspoke. Maybe it's not a subsequent motion. I just have a motion.
It's up to the chair to accept when's a good time.
So just because the Councillor Salvador has a subsequent motion, right? And I have a subsequent motion. Councillor Jans has a subsequent motion. We have a report to be received for information. So if somebody moved that we receive that for information, then make subsequent motions?
If that's what you want, you don't need to.
I think that will be more clear way to deal with it. So if somebody could move that we receive this.
Sorry, point of order, Mr. Mayor. I don't think that we need to receive it for information, correct? We can just provide alternative direction.
Well, then that's not going to be a subsequent motion then. That's going to be a replacement motion for information. So if somebody wants to do that, that's fine then. This won't be subsequent. So if somebody wants to have an alternative to receiving for information? Michael?
I have a motion. I can move that now.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I move, and I'll look to confirmation with the clerk that they have a copy of this. I move that administration prepare a report outlining steps towards a 2023 elimination of cosmetic pesticide use on public and private properties, including required changes to the integrated pest management policy, Charlie 510 Alpha, as a result. This report should include potential new and/or changes to existing bylaws, regulations, and policies, community outreach, public education, operational and enforcement resources needed to support program implementation and promote compliance, and draft implementation plan that outlines a phased approach, resources required, and associated budget. That the draft plan aligns with naturalization work currently underway, is based on limited use of pesticides, and optimizes the integration of other ecosystem requirements.
Can we put that, seconded by Councillor Salvador? Right? Okay. Can we put that on the,
Just one moment.
would you like to explain it, Councillor Jans?
Sure. I think we touched on this a little bit, kind of in the last topic, but whenever we can eliminate or restrict our exposure to toxic and harmful products, we should. And I've heard from many Edmontonians, I heard about this back decades when I was a school trustee and we banned the cosmetic pesticide use on school property. Over 180 different municipalities in Canada have some sort of a cosmetic pesticide ban on public and private property. Edmonton is decades behind. This is a chance for us to accelerate this work. Edmonton has gone through many iterations of work and engagement, audits, other pieces here, and I think it's fine. I think it's finally time that we set a clear direction as council that we want administration to move towards a cosmetic pesticide ban, and this motion here today helps us draft a path to get there that has education, engagement, and will help flesh out some of the other details. Engaging with some of my colleagues, I heard some concerns about the immediacy of the motion, that it shouldn't take effect immediately, but having a year to delay and implement in terms of doing this work. That was suggested, so I've incorporated that into the motion. And I look forward to a cleaner, healthier community.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Jans. And I'll go to Councillor Rice next. So you can ask questions on the motion or you can ask questions on the administration or combination. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my first few questions just to administration. In terms of information provided, thank you very much for this detailed information for the 5 alternative options for us. The first one is regarding the turf maintenance. And specifically in our city and in our neighborhood, there are so many different ponds, different type of ponds, and then dry ponds and drainage ponds, and the other type of ponds. So around these ponds, specifically in the residential area, what is our city's maintenance process and currently? And because I heard many concerns regarding the maintenance we have and in place, can I get sense more clear and what is current process in place for the maintenance and specifically for the level of services as well?
So, Councillor, I think this is in line with the questions that Councillor Cartmel was asking in terms of what we do with respect to some of the drainage ponds, and some are treated as naturalized areas. Some have higher levels of maintenance, and it depends on the specifics and how they were initially constructed. We do work with EPCOR, as EPCOR is the owner now of a part of the infrastructure. We own part of it, and EPCOR owns part of it. But we work closely with EPCOR as well as any of the homeowners associations. And again, it depends if it's an area that's been naturalized or if it's one that does have maintenance. And if it does have maintenance, then it is mowed on a set frequency. And I could ask Mr. Kennedy to just provide a bit of information on the timing of that mowing.
Sure, thank you, Gord. Typically where we are doing manicured maintenance in the pond area, it's on a 10 to 14 day schedule. We'll be in there with lawnmowers. We'll be trimming or weed eating 2 times in a season. And then if there are manicured horticulture beds, like shrub beds with mulch, we'll be in there doing a mechanical weeding of those beds twice per season. But that's, as Gord was referring to, those are the locations where there isn't an active naturalization plan in place.
So in terms of some concerns and then residents brought up, and then is there any specific process for them to address the concern to contact the city council or not city council to contact the city department to get certain area be maintained. And it's specific for some like dry ponds and then some like the water ponds. And because neighborhoods is mixed, and some neighborhoods they have like homeowner association, some don't. And so what is specific difference, and for our residents be very clear what type of responsibility city is taking, and to cut the grass, to do the mow, and then to also to clean the water, and because the water creates lots of mosquito as well.
So, Councillor, I think again, each location is specific, and in terms of what changes could be made within the existing policies would be site-specific. What we would look at is if there are inquiries. We typically will get the inquiries through 311, and then we would look at connecting with the citizen and working either with the homeowners association or with EPCOR, depending on what is required and what is being requested, and what the initial intent was. In terms of the water itself, again, that falls within EPCOR's responsibility as the drainage owner. We work with them where we can to provide any support in terms of turf or horticultural maintenance. Perhaps Mr. Kennedy can just add a little bit in terms of where that relationship is with EPCOR's responsibilities.
Thanks, Gord. Yeah, effectively, EPCOR takes over where the water line or the high water exists. So they're taking care of the gray infrastructure and the infrastructure it takes care of water, filtration, water collection. But the landscape itself, the turfed areas, the paths, the amenities, the bridges or the lookouts, those fall into our maintenance accountabilities. I was just going to add as well that our service levels are available online. So if there's specific questions about, what we're doing or how we're approaching it, citizens can find that on our websites. But yeah, we're open to being contacted by citizens and having that discussion. If nothing else, just to inform folks of how we're doing our work.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, co-administration, we heard from our speakers when this was in committee that maybe our estimated numbers on permaculture didn't really reflect the long-term lifespan of the program. There would be an initial upfront cost but then that cost would decrease over time. And that wasn't really reflected in our report. So any thoughts on that?
We received the quote for the installation as well as the maintenance for the permaculture option from a local nonprofit. And so we use that as one example, but just like a number of the options that we presented, this was a high level review of costs. So similar to naturalization, that's when I would maybe compare to the permaculture option. Over time, we could see savings in the landscape with active planting, whether it's through permaculture or naturalization, but there is that initial investment up front and initial care to make sure that the site establishes properly and doesn't fail.
Right, okay. Yeah, because I think I spoke to one of those folks who helped provide that quote, and this was their concern that it actually would reduce costs over time. So in case councillors missed that, I thought I'd raise that this is actually a cost reduction strategy when we engage in permaculture. So looking at this motion, when it's talking about potential costs for implementing other programs, we're talking about mechanical weeding, we're talking about actual like hand weeding, but with the permaculture as well, don't we sort of get rid of some of those concerns if we're actually using indigenous plantings and we do it intentionally? We cut down on the need for maintenance, cut down on the need for watering, cut down on the need for weeding, because these plants and the way that they are nurtured initially will change the way that things grow there.
I think in the long term, yes, we can cut down on those things with landscapes that are less hands-on than a manicured landscape, but it can take many years when establishing something like a forest stand through naturalization, or even a food forest through permaculture, for example. So it still does take time, take investment, take even if we're working with volunteers, it's people hours, and it's working with those volunteer groups if it's a permaculture garden, for example. But over time, over the long term, you may see savings, but it's not instant savings.
Yeah, and for sure. But I would, and thank you for that. I also have noted by looking at other municipalities that have engaged in this that their boulevards or wherever they choose to do this actually end up looking a lot better than just a big grass field that we mow periodically or not. So I'm just I think I support this because I want us to move in a direction that helps beautify the city, and I think that's really where we're at. If we on one hand you can just spray and be done with it, but you've got sort of this monoculture effect. On the other hand, if we're moving toward a permaculture, not just neglect, which is what some people think that naturalization is, and in some cases maybe it looks like that, but actual intentional moving to permaculture, can residents expect to see a beautification of their neighborhood? Because they have indicated that they're willing to have a little bit more budget earmarked toward having a beautiful city they can be proud of. So does this motion help us get there?
So, Councillor, I'll take a stab at it, and then perhaps I'll ask Mr. Laughlin to weigh in terms of some of the opportunities we have through rehabilitation. But I think this moves us in the right direction. It speaks a lot to the use of herbicides and pesticides, but I think more importantly, it also speaks about a programmed and planned approach, which I think is what we need, because just doing one-offs without having anything connected, I think, is where we don't set ourselves up as a city for success. So if we can integrate all of these components, the intentional plan on where we naturalize, where we use permaculture, where those opportunities are, and then how we educate people on what that looks like and what their implementation options are, I think will be all elements that would make a program successful.
Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question is, I kind of want to get a better understanding of what the actual definition of a cosmetic pesticide is, because the definition of a pesticide also includes compounds used to control mice and rats, which I know on the outskirts of the city can be a big problem. So I'm kind of worried about the blurred lines here and what actually is the definition of cosmetic pesticide. Sorry, and this is in relation to private property as well, mostly.
So I'll see if Mr. Jenkins is still on the call. He would probably be the best to speak to what a cosmetic pesticide is. I mean, for cosmetic herbicides, it's things that will control something like a dandelion and that type of thing. But cosmetic pesticide might be a little bit more detailed.
Basically you are correct. There really is no good definition for what a cosmetic pesticide is. Most pesticide bans, bylaws, things like that will define it as the cosmetic use of a pesticide. But exactly what that means is open to interpretation and ranges from jurisdiction to jurisdiction as well.
Yeah, that's kind of my concern with this motion, is that a cosmetic pesticide, it can be greatly varied. It's not just really necessarily dandelions then. It might possibly be mice control, not rats, but mouse control. Would that be banned as well then?
Again, I think it would be something we would have to decide as a city what we want the intent to be, because as Mr. Jenkins indicated, it's the cosmetic use. So it's how do we want to use and where do we want to use it, or where do we want to permit it?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that is my concern. I can't support this motion as it's stated, just because of the, it's not really clarified exactly how, again, there aren't strict parameters on to just using it for dandelions. So I just can't support the motion as how it's stated.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Just took it, Scott will second, Pickett second round. Councillor Rice, can you take the chair?
Take it.
Thank you. One of the three options that you presented, I was intrigued by one of them quite a bit, that the possibility of turning the parkland into urban farming. I know I asked that question to our city manager last time, and he was excited as well, because this is the kind of thing that I want to explore further on the potential of it, both the turf maintenance, particularly in passive parkland areas, but also the local economic growth opportunities and food security and having fresh food available in the local community. Want to get some thoughts from any of the folks who maybe is to Ms. McCabe about that aspect, or someone else?
There's definitely an opportunity for supporting our local food economy and for supporting local growers. We're doing some of that work through the zoning bylaw renewal as well as through the economic action plan, and definitely that is something that we could further explore if that was the will of council.
Yeah, because I'm thinking of making a subsequent motion about exploring that option and include, because maybe looking at some areas, right? Some identification of certain passive parks that we can further explore.
So, Your Worship, I think we could include that as part of the plan going forward. I think we do have some opportunities already to build on. We have our pop-up gardens program, which is basically about smaller scale urban farming on a widespread basis, but certainly we could use that as a foundation and working with Ms. McCabe's team on how we plan that out, in a planned way across the city. Yeah. And as Mr. Corbold indicated last time, we do have a great example in the city farm of how we're, growing produce that's helping many Edmontonians.
Yeah. Community gardens have been very successful, engaging community, but also educational tool for kids, connecting them to the land and the food source. And so I'll make that subsequent motion after we're done with this. And so those are some of the questions I wanted to ask you about. Good. All right. And I will move that we go to the second round.
Second.
Any questions for the second round? I didn't say any questions, and please call vote for second round.
We have all the votes.
Please display your vote.
I didn't vote, and I'm a yes. Thank you.
Okay, we have all the votes now.
Thank you. That is cleared.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I'll take the chair back.
Yeah, return chair to you.
Thank you. And I will go to Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you. So I'll just a few really quick ones, Mr. Sebrick. So I understood you to say that, I won't belabor this anymore, with the stormwater drainage ponds, we've more or less gone back to 2020 approach, and if there's any concerns, we can raise them with you directly.
Definitely, yes.
Yep. Okay, and to be clear, that does not include cosmetic pesticides, those actions. Those are mechanical means only that we're using in those areas.
Correct.
For sports fields, what approaches are we using there? My understanding is it's largely mechanical. Mowers, weed pullers, nothing cosmetic in sports fields.
It's largely what you've described, depending on the level of field. The premium field will have a higher level of maintenance, and perhaps, if you'd like, Mr. Kennedy can provide more detail on that.
Just really quick, sure. Yeah.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, there is herbicide application in our premier, performance fields. It's limited and judicious, but it does happen there on, neighborhood level parks, parks around school. Yeah, you're bang on. It's, standard mechanical and trim.
And the report refers to, and I think this is level 1 fields or top level fields, that artificial turf is an alternative for those fields. Not necessarily, I'm not sure what the cost effectiveness is of it, but that's an alternative.
Yes.
Do we know if they're cost effective over the life cycle cost of an artificial turf field, or does it depend on the amenities around it, lights, bleachers, that kind of thing?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So I have a subsequent on that about an artificial turf facility. Mr. Sebrick, I think there's mention in the report of the use of clover for ground cover, if I'm not mistaken. And is there not a pilot that we're going to undertake that looks at clover for ground cover, or do I have that wrong?
I believe so. I'll just ask Mr. Kennedy or Ms. Fraser to provide insight on that.
Yeah, that's correct. This year, 2022, we'll be rolling out several pilots across the city, trialing a variety of herbaceous plant material, but including clover and no-mow clover, effectively.
Have those locations been selected already?
I think they are in the works. They're working with our partners in Building Great Neighborhoods to find ideal spots for trialing it where we can measure efficacy of the treatments.
Okay, I might ask you offline to consider one other location, but I'll keep that offline, and I'll respect the 3-minute limit on second rounds here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gord, I'll come back to you. Mr. Sebrick. So we've been discussing this permaculture stuff for a few years now, and I'm just debating whether we need a motion or if this is already embedded in administration ethic, that we're moving toward this and that we're doing intentionally, and we're not dragging our heels on that. So
Councillor,
any reassurance you can give me would be great, so I don't have to make a motion.
I think you're bang on. We are looking at it, all the opportunities we can implement things like permaculture or what those best solutions are. So definitely it's something that's, I guess you could say, ingrained in how we either rehabilitate or renew or build new.
Yeah, okay. And so we probably don't, well, I mean, you let me know. Do we need a budget adjustment in order to ensure that this is happening? Because I know that residents are like, hey, I know you made that motion literally like, what is it, 2 years ago? What's happening?
So for areas where we're doing rehabilitation or building new, that's part of those projects. So if we were to go ahead and build a program that was specifically intended to replace existing green space with permaculture, we potentially could need budget dollars for that, but we would need to build out that program and then give council an indication of what timing would look like, how fast we would want to go, and what the dollar value would be. But right now, it's, I think, built on using opportunities to action permaculture where we do have those projects coming online.
Okay, and I think it's clear. I think it's clear to you that the first summer of COVID, in order to save money, we reduced mowing, and residents were very split on that. Some loved it because they got to see the dandelions and natural plants, and they saw more birds and things like that. Some hated it because they saw all the weeds. I think what united both of them, though, is that they just want to see a beautiful city. And so I guess that's the reassurance I'm looking for. Are we going to get a good-looking city out of this? And if so, what's the timeline? And do you need more budget for that? Those are the big questions when it comes to this issue.
So, Councillor, I think we want to build as great a looking city as we can and also do it in a way that our citizens can afford. We're committed through all of our programs to do things in a way that's efficient but also looks good. So I think you have that commitment from administration.
Yeah, and I think it bears saying that some of these changes, we're talking about growing things, and that takes time. You can't just tug on a plantling and expect it to grow faster. We're talking about in the scope of multiple years here, aren't we?
Correct. Yeah, it's easy to build a structure and build it in a way that's aesthetically pleasing, but growing things does take time.
Yeah. Okay. And but in the meantime, as things grow, there's no reason why it can't be presentable as well. And I think that's the main complaint I hear about anything in the city is that they just don't want it to look overgrown, weedy, ratty, and filled with garbage. And if that's the commitment from administration, then I think that I can go back to residents and report that.
Councillor, we agree with you, and we certainly learned that in spades in 2020.
Yes, we did. Thank you very much, Mr. Seabrook.
Thank you, Councillor.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a few questions to administration on the report. So just wondering how the different options were assessed for climate resiliency. So both in terms of reducing carbon and also withstanding climate change.
So perhaps Ms. Fraser can provide some insight on that element.
We focused on a number of considerations when selecting the 5 alternatives to look at in more detail. Some of them, such as permaculture and naturalization, naturally support the city's climate change goals. For example, planting trees, planting shrubs sequesters more carbon, and stopping mowing or stopping using gas-powered machines in these areas also supports climate change mitigation. When looking at artificial turf, for example, you still require equipment to clean and maintain those areas. So I would compare that a little bit more to traditional turf when it comes into climate change impacts or mitigation of climate change impacts. So it is definitely a consideration in all of our different landscape options that we look at. But through our work on capital planning for greener as we grow and the naturalization plan going forward, there's going to be more of a focus on how we can use tree planting and naturalization across the city to align and help with the city's climate change mitigation.
Okay, that's great to hear. And I know, for example, the city of Ottawa is phasing out all gas-powered maintenance equipment, and I think for public and private property. Just wondering if that's something that the city has been considering in terms of sort of electrifying our maintenance fleet.
Councillor, we have been using some different types of technology over the past few years, and I'll ask Mr. Kennedy to just provide some idea of what we've been doing with electric as well as automated equipment.
Sure, thank you. Here we have several locations where we're currently trialing electric, including Coronation Park, where we've got our autonomous electric mowers. They kind of mow actually at night. There's 3 to 4 of them currently operating in the park. So they're out at night and then they park during the day when they're actively being used. A lot of our teams have trialed electric tools going as far back as 5 or 6 years. So our forestry teams have electric chainsaws in hand. And our horticulture teams, when they're doing their shrub bed maintenance in the winter months, they also have electric tools as well. We haven't converted on a widespread basis, but we have started to move forward with replacing some of our large ride-em mowers with large electric replacements as well. So kind of across the teams, we have active pilots and trials going on, but we haven't made a wholesale 100% conversion. But certainly we're looking for those opportunities. I will just add, we also have some that are operating autonomously and using solar power stations as well. Some of our autonomous electric mowers charge at a solar station. So yeah, we have a bunch of trials going on.
Yeah, that's really exciting to hear. And so you mentioned that's really exciting to hear about the pilot projects that are happening. Is there a strategy or is council direction needed to really formalize that and move towards a wholesale conversion, or is that work sort of it's progressing, it will continue to progress? What's the thinking there, just in terms of accelerating what it sounds like a really great initiative?
So, Councillor, I think right now the pilots are informing where the best opportunities are. There are certain situations where right now we would still need to use gas-powered equipment, and I think we would take a similar approach to how we're doing it with transit. There are applications that are great for electric buses right now, and we see the entire fleet at some point in time moving to electric or some other combination of that. But I think what we wouldn't need a motion right now. I would liken that to trying to specify what brand of shovel we use. I think right now it's looking at what's the best with keeping in mind that we are trying to minimize impact on the environment and do the best we can in terms of greening.
Sure, thank you for that. It's really, I think, just looking at that from a strategic level, that government's piece in terms of how we're meeting our climate change goals. So, I appreciate that the direction is there in terms of our carbon budget and ensuring that our equipment is fitting within that, for sure. Then I know we've talked about goats in the past. Wondering if any consideration has been given towards, sheep, other approaches to managing grass from that perspective.
So I'll ask Mr. Kennedy or Ms. Fraser to provide some insight into the GOAT program as well as what we've considered the opportunities for sheep.
Sure. So we do have some results from the GoatWorks program. It was definitely successful in increasing public education, engagement, and the perception around weed management and the use of goats as a weed control strategy. And also, goats proved effective while they were on site in controlling weeds and in reaching areas that might be easy for a goat to climb, but harder for a mower to climb. And but we did notice from monitoring the site that we trialed goats on that the weeds do come back in general after the goats are gone. And so, just like any other park site, you need continued weed management, especially for some of those hardier species. But with the option for urban farming that we included in the report, we were thinking about grazing as well. So, but from a different model where maybe the city wasn't running a program, but where interested companies or farmers could potentially bid on an opportunity to use the land for grazing, which is similar to how some other organizations, including the Alberta government, we've seen examples for.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor
That's so
Stevenson.
exciting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So we will take a break and we will be back at 3:48. Until then, we are in recess. Let's see if we have quorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, I will do the roll call. Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe should be coming out here shortly. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang, I'm here.
Hello.
Councillor Hamilton. Yeah, I see Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I'm here.
Got it. Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Here.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Okay, and Councillor Tang, you were next up.
And I'm here too.
Yes, I noticed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. You know, I think this report and I think this motion has actually made this topic quite diverse and quite big. And I do want to acknowledge that. But I think at the end of the day, it's around this concern of not necessarily using chemical materials to maintain our landscape. And I guess just a very quick follow-up to earlier Councillor Principe's question. Have we ever used sort of mice control for landscaping maintenance?
I don't believe so, but I'll ask Mr. Jenkins. He would probably have more history on that.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Just in terms of things, the concern that cosmetic pesticide is quite broad and might impact things like mice control and that kind of stuff. Do we know if we've ever used that kind of material? I see Mr. Kennedy nodding, so I'm assuming yes.
In terms of the specific pesticides, yeah, there are, each pesticide is labeled from Health Canada as to what it can be used against and how it's to be used. But Health Canada doesn't have a designation for cosmetic pesticides. Okay. So things like 2,4-D, if it's used against dandelions, that might be considered a cosmetic use, but if it's used against thistles or creeping bellflower, that wouldn't be a cosmetic use. So
right, but I'm just saying, like, we've never targeted like mammals, right? It's more in like insects and that kind of stuff.
We do use rodenticides
against
rodents, especially in structural pest control. So bait.
But for cosmetic purposes?
I would not consider those cosmetic,
right.
But it depends on how you define cosmetic, I guess.
So there is a particular use for those kinds of materials, not necessarily in this context of cosmetic, which has the element of aesthetic and beautification purpose to it. And I wanted to ask about exemptions. You know, we know that in some of the speakers, they have brought up other provinces that they've done this kinds of, various policy implementations. But so, my understanding too is that with a lot of these jurisdictions, there's so much exemptions on a variety of properties that essentially it's not really a whole provincial ban. Can you speak a little bit to that?
You're correct. Each jurisdiction has different exemptions and different definitions of how they decide a cosmetic pesticide is defined. And so it's very difficult to even compare between jurisdictions because the actual restrictions are so different from area to area.
Yeah, so I can see how there could be a lot of potential loopholes and that we will have to really anticipate for. And I guess just so I'm clear too, the city actually has done quite a bit of work in this area. I mean, public properties, city-owned public properties are currently, mechanical focus and not really heavily relying on pesticide use except for certain, exemptions. Am I correct in that?
Yes, the city of Edmonton operates under a number of restrictions in especially what sorts of herbicides can be used and where, and what exemptions are there. But a further look at bylaws would be including private property, which is beyond city administration's.
And so that's kind of what this motion on the table would cover as well. And as Councillor Jans mentioned, school grounds is also currently does not use cosmetic pesticide for any aesthetic purposes, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
So this is sort of that last, I don't want to say frontier, but like the last kind of segment we gotta go to cover a more broad sweeping range of places.
Councillor, I think it'd be really important to recognize that going forward, if we were to look at private property restrictions, there would be a significant amount of engagement, quite a bit more than typically with public, but we would need to undertake that work. And just to your point about, we do a lot in this field, so this program was audited by the auditor in, I believe it was 2018-19, and then we implemented the changes and updated the IPM in response to the auditor's recommendations. So the policy, while it may not reflect everything that other jurisdictions are doing, it was scrutinized with a great deal of effort.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that additional information.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador, you have a subsequent, or you have questions on this motion and to admin?
I have one question, and then I can speak to this.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, really quickly, just to pick up where Councillor Principe left off and sort of what Councillor Tang touched on around definition of cosmetic pesticides. Would it be helpful if there was inclusion of some language in this motion that talks about what those parameters would look like, or is that work going to be done regardless as part of an implementation plan?
Councillor, we would likely do that work as part of the implementation plan and bring that back for council's consideration and get direction from council based on the recommendations that we would bring forward.
Okay, great. So that's going to happen anyways. Okay, that's it for questions. Happy to speak to it, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Great. Yeah, so just really quickly, I have heard from many constituents who shared concerns about the health and environmental consequences associated with cosmetic pesticides. And in my experience, those concerns seemingly have been growing year over year. And of course, we recognize we're in a climate crisis, but we're also in a biodiversity crisis. And I think that a, ban of sorts on cosmetic pesticides and what's laid out in this motion is an important step towards protecting biodiversity and our natural systems. I think that this motion does provide a really measured approach, a phased approach that offers enough time for folks to adapt and make this important shift. And of course, doing all of the associated engagement and underlying work involved in that. I want to thank Councillor Jans for bringing this forward, as well as all the community members who voiced their support for this type of work. Looking forward to supporting. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. See no more questions and other council members on the board to speak, so I will go to Councillor Jans to close.
Nothing to add.
All right, then I will call the vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
I'm a yes.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we have subsequent motions. Councillor Salvador has one and Councillor Cartmel. So Councillor Salvador, I'll go to you first.
Sure, yeah, I can't get up on the board, but thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like to move that administration conduct a pilot project for residential boulevard gardening guidelines to encourage low maintenance, citizen-led planting, gardening, and beautification that contributes to neighborhood vitality and climate resilience from May to October 2022, and provide a report back with the results, including resident feedback and suggested improvements by the end of Q1 2023. And admin should have...
Just hold on. We need a seconder. Councillor Paquette seconded it. Got it. It's on the floor now.
Great. And clerk should have the wording on that. Yeah, so happy to introduce this. Just start by saying that When I was outdoor knocking this past year, I was really struck by the number of folks who were interested in doing more with their residential boulevards and right of way, whether that was permaculture, naturalization, planting wildflowers, having raised beds, or just simply having ground cover that was less carbon intensive than lawn. Many other jurisdictions have created such guidelines for the purpose of allowing residents to garden their boulevards. Like I mentioned, Victoria, Saskatoon, Regina, and many others. Having seen those guidelines myself, it seems that there could be a relatively quick win for our communities, and it would enable a lot of Edmontonians who love gardening to really enhance and beautify their neighborhoods while building a sense of place. I do see this as relatively low-hanging fruit as well for achieving some of our strategic objectives. We can become greener as we grow, and we can support citizen-led activation of underutilized public assets. We can also add to the biodiversity of our neighborhoods and support pollinators. And I would like to add, so it's brought up by Councillor Paquette, it would also just be very attractive and beautify some of these spaces that, again, are underutilized. And it will add the kind of community life and informal gathering that we already experience in our front yards. So I don't think that we need to really reinvent the wheel here. We could work to adopt the kinds of guidelines that have already been implemented in other similar Canadian cities with similar climates. And I will say, just a thank you to administration for helping me with the wording of this motion and some of the timelines that are included. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford.
First of all, super excited for this motion. But my question is to administration. I thought that there was already a pilot project happening on something like this. Like I'm thinking about one with the neighborhood revitalization in Inglewood. There was a big promotion for gardening on the boulevards on 127th Street. Is that completely different from the intent of this? Yeah, I just am trying to understand.
Not sure, Councillor Rutherford. I'll have to check with our folks and see. I don't know.
It wasn't neighborhood renewal, it was neighborhood revite.
I'm not sure either. Councillor Rutherford will follow up.
Okay, because I think that there could be something there that we've already started to build off of to expand. So I just want to make sure that that work isn't lost if there is in fact work that is happening and kind of lessons learned from that piece, because I do know there is definitely some boulevard work that, whether informally or formally, but my understanding was it was from Revite for Inglewood revitalization. So other than that, that was just my only question. And again, thank you to the mover for bringing this forward, and I think anything community-led and that activates those spaces and gets people out connecting with each other is a huge win. So thank you for bringing this motion forward.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Salvador, for the motion. I think the only question I have is, because I know we love to do pilots as a government, why are we doing a pilot on this? Can we just do this? Maybe this is a philosophical question to the group, which I'm sort of looking to see reactions, but what's the downside of just doing it? Do you have any thoughts? Is there a reason why you wanted to have a pilot? Let's ask that to the mover.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councillor Knack. In this context, I think there was an element of expediency, being able to build on the work that administration has already been doing in the background with EFCL around this type of activation. That was the intention there. I definitely hear you, though, and I would be open to moving beyond a pilot, but I would, of course, look to administration and take their advice and comments on that as well.
I guess to admin, to me, I don't. Why this one be a pilot? Let's just do it. In my mind, but tell me why I'm wrong.
I don't think you're wrong, Councillor. I think what the pilot does for us is informs what it would take to deliver it in a way that meets residents' needs and is user-friendly. We do have some programs in place. Ms. Fraser alluded to a process now that involves a license of occupation, which is not a user-friendly or system that would encourage people. So we want to just tease out what a good program would look like, and perhaps when we come back with the report, we identify what it takes to just make it sustainable.
Well, and maybe the question is, and I don't want to get too nitpicky, but again, just back to this idea of, do we need to do a pilot for everything? So can we simply say that administration begin a project for everything else, Still have the report back. So you're beginning. It's essentially a pilot, but we're sending a clear signal that we're going to do it. It's just a matter of how we're going to do it more permanently in future years. Do you have any concerns with that?
I don't think so. Again, as long as we're, we're hoping it would be very successful and that we could keep up this year, but I think that would be the only.
And appreciate that we might not do a ton this year. That's why I want to say begin it, signal to the world that we're going to do it. You have to figure out the scope and the scale, not unlike Street Labs when we first rolled that out, but it was a program that we still started and used the results of that to inform it. So I guess appreciate that. So I guess I'll go back to the mover of just saying, I'd be interested in seeing if it's a friendly amendment to say that administration begin a project and then everything as written. So it's essentially doing it and still having the report back as you've written, just not doing it as a pilot.
Okay. I'm looking to the House here from council members. This is a council motion now, so see none, no objections to be friendly. And I got a thumbs up from Councilor Salvador.
Perfect. That's it for me.
Councilor Knack, sorry, if I may add, I believe the intention of this motion is also to apply to new neighborhoods, and so I do think that that would be a bit of a process in terms of looking at how this could apply to new neighborhoods, and so might not be able to implement that right away, but would have to work with industry, look at the design and construction updates, and engage specifically on that. So
absolutely, that makes sense.
Yep.
That's great.
Okay.
Well, if that's friendly, then I'm done here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Knack. Councilor Stevenson.
Yeah, also incredibly excited to see this come forward. Particularly in Ward O'Damon, there's actually great examples of boulevards being used really creatively and certainly in a way that beautifies the entire neighborhood. And also just with so many people, 75% of O'Damon population living in apartments and multifamily housing with really limited access to yard space, boulevards offer a great opportunity there. So very excited to support this. I think I love the idea of just moving straight to a program. Just wondering if administration could maybe speak to approaches that are used for, I'm just thinking about prioritization. I think there's going to be a huge demand for this in Oliver, for example, but recognizing that there are more residents per linear yardage of boulevards than in lower density areas. Just wondering how equity of distribution might be approached in that case, if there's sort of an oversubscription or a really high level of desire in certain areas.
So, Councillor, I think those are some of the things we would still need to work out, and perhaps Ms. Fraser can just elaborate on some of the work we've done with EFCL.
Yeah, I agree. I think there are many, if we move towards a programmed approach, we would have to consider that as part of program development. So far with EFCL, the discussions have been around some boulevard gardening guidelines. The city also has some guidelines for planters and gardening on boulevards that would need to be updated as well. And so we would be looking at all of those elements as part of designing a program if we went that route.
Thank you, Councilor Stevenson. What happened? What happened to your time?
Yeah, I don't think that was my full time, sorry.
We'll give you two more minutes.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I guess it's just that question of how folks sort of claim the space that they're interested in maintaining and managing, whether that goes through the community league or whether people would just kind of apply directly through the city. Certainly, I take your point that those are nuances that will be worked through as we develop the program. But I think just obviously ensuring that there is that equitable access will be really key in that. But thank you. Thanks to the mover to bringing this forward. It's really great to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stevenson. Councilor Tank.
Okay, I'll see if I can do this in 2 minutes. I guess just it was a neighborhood revitalization, but over a couple weekends ago, I was at a CD Sunday exchange in Ellerslie, and Abundant Community actually have seed packages branded with Abundant Community as a way to exchange seeds among neighbors, and it's just a very small thing to do that could potentially, is an easy entryway to activate, a neighborly way of maintaining boulevard. So I just flagged that there, and I thought it was really, really creative. And I just, on this pilot or no pilot, I'm indifferent, but I do think I can understand. I mean, is the intention Councillor Salvador, when you were crafting this with administration, is the idea that you start with a few neighborhoods, select neighborhoods based on interest and energy, and then you expand that, and then kind of figure out the amount of resourcing necessary, then we have a better sense of costs, because I think that would be a benefit of trying to take a more staged approach, versus the question of when you do pilot, at the end, you ask, was it successful? Do we continue or not? And I don't think that's necessarily the question here. But I do think there's a benefit of understanding amount of resource and interest to make sure a program will be viable and desirable and feasible.
Yeah, that's a good question, Councillor Tang. I think, regardless if we're framing it as a pilot or just sort of going ahead with the language of project, I see that reporting back coming anyways. That's going to include learnings, that's going to include feedback from residents. I think initially, like I said, my intention was just to get this up and running as fast as possible. I know that there's a lot of demand out there. Some folks are doing it informally right now, and just being able to have sort of a loose structure so that people feel comfortable taking that step, I think, again, is some pretty low-hanging fruit. I'm sure there's going to be some neighborhoods and communities that pick up on this quicker than others. And I think that as the motion's worded now, without the term pilot, does still allow for that flexibility and evolution and sort of ongoing iterative learning that will be part of this. But I don't think, in first quarter 2023, I don't think we're going to come back and say that this was a failure in any regard. Like I said, a lot of people are doing it informally. Lots of other jurisdictions have done it that, again, have similar climates to ours. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah.
If it didn't, maybe admin can, again, talk about sort of pilot versus not.
Yeah, I guess I'm just curious from a admin's perspective then, can you see this? Can we get this out the door for this summer?
Yes, it would, may not be fully up and running by the beginning of May, but we would certainly be working towards getting it up and running so that that it can be, enacted this summer. And in terms of a pilot, you could call it a pilot or a demonstration project or a project, but I think we understand the intent that council wants to go on this.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, last one. And for those who choose not to take this route with their boulevards, would something like a program like this preclude the city still kind of taking care of? Well, I guess they will just have to mow their boulevard.
Correct. Nothing would
way.
change for those who choose to maintain turf.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Two quick questions. The first question, if we changes to the project, not pilot project, does that mean and this project will implement across entire city for all the neighborhoods, or just pick up the few neighborhoods to do it?
Right now, the way it's worded, it would be to any neighborhoods, any individuals that wanted to participate.
So in Flatty's case, do we have enough resources, including the manpower and from administration, and also including the cost? So do you have any idea how much cost this could be and which funding resources is additional cost, or is we can use the existing budget?
So we would try and do it this year with an extended existing budget and use this as the learning year. Certainly, because we're not starting out at the beginning of the year and it's new, the uptake we wouldn't anticipate would be as great as once the program is up and running. But we do anticipate we would need to reallocate some resources or combine them, because we do have other programs where we coordinate with neighborhoods, and there'll be opportunities to leverage some of that. I think Councillor Salvador alluded to the fact that there's a lot of work already done in other jurisdictions with respect to guidelines, so it's not like we have to reinvent. We have a lot of foundation we can take from those other jurisdictions and build on those as a starting point.
I think this is a great activities, and then to engage in the community, and then I definitely get that. And then the only concern I have is about how this could be impact and for other existing programs already and the city is implementing, and regarding specific our landscape maintenance and in the neighborhoods. is there any impact? I just want to look at that. Is there any risk to impact other programs? And actually, our Edmontonians is looking for example, for the weeds control and cutting grass and turfing and maintenance. So is there any potential risk for impact on that?
So, Councillor, I think right now, the areas we're talking about are primarily residential, so
Yeah.
in those areas, residents are already responsible for maintaining that boulevard, and typically it's turf. This just changes the type of maintenance, but they're the ones making the choice on what type of plantings they want, and with that, the associated maintenance they would be responsible for.
Okay, so is that safe to say, and the impact for the risk will be minimal and very?
I think a lot of that would be addressed as we develop the education program so that people understand what the program is intended to do and what their responsibilities are and what the city's responsibilities are.
Okay, thank you. That's my question. Yield my time.
And Councillor, if I can add to Councillor, the first question, in Inglewood, they are looking at using boulevards for gardening, so I'm sure there's some learnings there that we can take advantage of as we look to roll this out.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a really quick question. Any legal concerns? The reason I bring that up is because we have a green space on the north side, and it happened to be on the Domtar lands that were shut down by the provincial government for a period of time, and is still being processed. So people had gardens on that green space. So I'm just wondering if we anticipate any problems there, or if it's minimal.
So, Councillor, we do have a program right now that involves a license of occupation, so that would give us a bit of a framework in terms of the legal position. But if our city solicitor wanted to add anything to it, but certainly as we developed the guidelines, we would make sure that that the legal assessment is done to protect the city from risk, but also to protect our residents.
Okay, well, as long as everything's encased in bubble wrap, we should be fine. That's a recycled joke. But just to speak to this really quickly, Mr. Mayor, I really support this movement. I think that this motion really encapsulates what Edmontonians have been saying for many years, and we've been moving in that direction very, very successfully. And I think that the end result is going to be a massive beautification in our neighborhoods over time. And it may actually extend past the winter season past the summer season as people start to incorporate some of these ideas into their winter yards as well. So thank you to Councillor Salvador for bringing this up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councillor Paquette. I see no one else on the line. I don't think this would require more convincing, Councillor Salvador. Do you want to close?
No, I'm okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, okay, please vote. Huh? I'll call the vote.
We're just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So my subsequent is as follows, and that is that administration bring an unfunded service package to the 2023-2026 capital budget deliberations to advance the artificial turf field at the Brian Anderson Athletic Grounds to PDDM Checkpoint 1.
Checkpoint what? Wait, Checkpoint
1.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack.
Thank you. So I'll just
go ahead.
Very quickly introduce this. Back a few years ago, there was an artificial turf facility planned for the athletic fields that surround the Twilliger Rec Center. Those fields have been renamed the Brian Anderson Athletic Grounds, just for context. The site that was chosen had soil condition issues, and so that project didn't proceed, and it fell right off the bottom of the list of capital projects. The master plan for the area has since been redone. A new site has been identified for an artificial turf field. My goal here is simply to get it on the list of projects. Fully understanding our conversation earlier today about new projects and cost escalation and all that, I don't expect this to advance very far in the next few years. I just really simply want to get this project back on the list and leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. I think the wording is a little bit off in the motion that was on the floor, because Councillor Cartmel was talking about
If you wouldn't mind, Councillor, if you could just repeat the beginning wording for us, please?
Oh, I had emailed it earlier, I'm sorry. So that administration bring an unfunded service package to the 2023-2026 capital budget deliberations, which would be in the fall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here we go. All right. Any questions? More questions? No one on the line to speak? Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering what the need is for an artificial turf in that, on that field?
Is that to Councillor Cartmel or to admin?
Yes.
Councillor Cartmel?
Well, it's significant. There is several planned for sort of each area of the city. There is 2 high schools and 1 K-9 public school on that campus. There is no other artificial turf field in southwest Edmonton. I'm not even sure where the closest one would be. It might be down Millwoods Way, but I'm not actually sure. So this would provide an equal opportunity for students attending those high schools to have access to an all-weather, all-season field in the neighborhood. Typically, those fields can accommodate football, but also soccer, field lacrosse, and other sports. They're good for spontaneous recreation as well as planned recreation. They're very reliable. They're relatively maintenance-free when compared to turf management, as we've been talking about today. They can often be domed, which makes them a 4-season field. You can play 7-on-7 soccer, 3 games simultaneously across a field like that, and there's a little bit of opportunity for track events as well, track and field events. So given the number of people, the proximity of those high schools, and essentially the lack of proximity to another similar facility that many other corners of the city have, it's just, I think, appropriate that there is at least some mention of an opportunity of an artificial turf in that neighborhood. And as I said, it's not my expectation that this is going to advance. Certainly not going to jump the queue on any of the other projects that we have going through. I've heard my colleagues talk about their campaigns during the election. 2 things came up in my campaign that were ringing loud for me. One was the lack of notice around the maintenance around drainage facilities, which I've spoken to at length. The other is small-scale recreation and the opportunity for spontaneous recreation where you can send your kid down the block to do something fun. And that's really lacking. The farther you get from the core, the more that it's lacking. And this is a neighborhood that could really use a reliable field. So I think it's appropriate. Thanks.
So is part of the intention as well then to consider the future doming of it, or this is just strictly for the artificial turf?
Well, that gets deep into the details. I mean, all I want to do is taking it to PDDM1 would actually begin to consider and ask and answer those questions. But to put a dome over a field really requires the anchor points before you buy the tent. So it would not be a big stretch to build the field and have the dome come later if that was the sequence. But again, this is unlikely to happen immediately. This is simply getting it on the list so we can talk about it later.
Okay, great. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice.
I think my first question is already answered. So second question is about, is there any estimated cost and for the installation and the maintenance? And then that will come back and with this report?
Yeah, that's to admit, yeah. Cost.
For any cost?
I don't have that right now. We could certainly get you an estimate of what it costs for maintaining a artificial turf field. We do have other examples, so that information could be presented to you.
So this come to the PTDM checkpoint 1 and means we only bring, for 2023, 26, we only bring the design or the first budget, and it's not for the capital construction and installation and anything like that.
Checkpoint 1 is essentially strategy.
Yeah, just
So
the
it would
strategy.
identify basically the business case for why this project would advance for consideration.
And the business case will be developed and internally in city or will developed by the consultant.
I would imagine we've done enough background work on this that we would do it internally.
So there is no additional cost for the consultant services.
I don't anticipate costs for consulting services, Mr. Givney.
Yeah, Councillor, there is an existing artificial turf strategy that looked at this as one of the potential locations. So we would pull from that to identify, to complete the strategy piece to get to checkpoint 1.
So this is not the first case and in the city, cross city, right?
That's
So-
right. There's several across the city.
So we have 01 is already cross city.
That's correct.
Okay, so it would be helpful to look at the information for other existing already installed cases.
Yeah, we have that, in part of the strategy, it looks at the utilization of those fields and there's triggers around when it would be appropriate to develop another facility. So that would all be included.
Okay, so next question to the mover. Like how many neighborhoods, and this is benefit, so if this one project is finished, these will benefit cross city or just around the few neighborhoods in that area?
So again, this is just a strategy that talks a bit about putting a field in southwest Edmonton. This is not approving construction and maintenance and all of those things. That's many, many years down the road. But if there's facilities like this that are sprinkled around the city, like arenas, for instance, adding an arena in one part of the city takes the pressure off all of the other arenas. So you build a field in this corner of the city and that's got proximity to the people that want to use artificial turf or that otherwise can't get there. Then you both add the amenity to people that haven't got it, and you take the pressure off the other amenities that are serving a similar purpose.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, there is a pretty large soccer dome, not in Millwoods, but further south in Summerside, that is covered. Artificial turf is more exclusively for soccer. And when I went to visit, I recognized a number of families are from the Southwest as well. And you're aware of that project as well, which is private and I think community and public funded, but volunteer run, I believe. Yeah, I mean, I understand the need for this, but I just want to be clear, for the PDM, in order to get to checkpoint 1, we need a funding package. Like, that's like a trigger to get to that point.
So this would come in the fall.
Right.
And it would come with a relatively being the key, modest cost, and we would decide whether we would develop the business case or not. And if we didn't, it would sit as an unfunded project on the capital list, but at least it would be on the list.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I see no more council members on the list. Councillor Cartmel, you want to close?
I think I've said all I need to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And Councillor Rice, any other subsequents before I go to my subsequent? No? Councillor Rice, can you take the chair?
Yeah, take
Good. So I did send a copy of my subsequent motion. It is that administration explore options including the conversion of city-maintained turf that are passive parklands to urban garden farms and conduct high-level quantification of number of sites and gross area of the turf inventory potentially viable for agricultural activities and analysis of barriers and opportunities, public engagement, and outline of recommended next steps that align with city plan, economic action plan, and climate resilience strategy. and return to committee in the first quarter of 2023. And while Madam Chair, you want me to?
We need a seconder.
Oh,
Yep.
Second.
Second.
Any speak regarding this motion? And
if I can just
introduce first?
introduce this, right? This is my interest was piqued when I read through the report when it came to the committee about this potential about opportunities for urban farming, because we have seen large number of community gardens that have been very successful in engaging the community, not only raising local food, but also the importance of agriculture and engaging families and kids in that. So I said, why would we not explore maybe further beyond farm, just community gardens, if there are parcels of land that are available, that are passive, not being actively used for any activity that we can explore, and we can work with private sector, we can work maybe restaurant industry or non-profit sector for social innovation and the social procurement and all that, social enterprise and how we can create local opportunities at the same time, enhance food security and provide fresh food for Edmontonians. So that's kind of the idea, to explore this further. I don't know where it will go. I have no idea where it will go. So I just want to get a very high level analysis done to see if this is even possible, and if possible, what would it require.
Councillor Rutherford.
So thank you for this motion. I just have a question to administration, because one of the feedback I've heard from a few community leagues in my ward is how difficult it has been to get a community garden. There's a few that want a community garden and they're having to jump through some major hoops. So I think when we're doing this, is not like already kind of having those community gardens the low-hanging fruit? I guess I'm just trying to understand if there needs to be something added to this motion to support that too. So that we can make it simpler.
Sorry, Councilor, I think Works is in a way to improve the process, to more quickly establish community gardens, but if you want to include it with this, I don't see a harm in that.
Can you just walk me through the current process? Like, so if a league wants to do a community garden, what do they have to do to get a community garden?
I'm sorry, Councilor, I wouldn't be able to walk you through it, but we could certainly send maybe a memo to council to outline what that process is.
Okay. I guess I would like to make an amendment to this motion, because I don't think I would consider it friendly myself, because it would change it, but that, I guess, a second part to this motion, that that administration also explore how to simplify the application process for community gardens with community leagues. Is that?
I don't know if it's friendly or not to the mover, but we would welcome it from administration. No
Yeah,
problem.
yeah, I don't know if there's a
Second,
yeah. So yeah, because I think that that's definitely something I've heard, and I just think it would be totally in line with this, but they're already there, they're already wanting it, they've got designs, and they're having to do so many hoops to get that going. So let's make it easy for them. Thank you. And thank you for bringing this motion forward.
So before I move to Councillor Pricat, do I need to ask a question and for any friendly amendments?
I didn't make a friendly amendment, I made an actual amendment.
Actual amendment, okay.
Yeah, so the amendment was made and then Councillor Knack seconded it.
Seconded by Councillor Knack. So that will become, so right now, so we're discussing amendments first. Okay.
That's right.
Yes, and if there's no debate, then we can go to the vote.
Any questions for this amendment? So I didn't see any questions, and please call vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. So that is carried. Thank you. It's my first time with diabetes mayor. And then, so next, we just from procedure perspective, we go back the motion on the floor right now. So that's his mayor, so his motion. Any questions regarding this motion?
It's so for clarity, it's the motion as amended. Just give us a moment while we get it up.
Okay, thank you.
And if it's okay, I'll just start my questions.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So perhaps this is to Mr. Seabrook. We've definitely had folks who have wanted to farm or grow produce on city land. Some of the challenges have been access to water. Other challenges have been that the city decides on a use case for the land, and then those folks get moved out and they have to rebuild in another area. Is there a way around these kinds of problems, or is that just going to be par for the course for some of these identified lots? Because we've done this work before, right? Not specifically this exact work, but fairly similar.
Correct, and I think part two of the motion kind of speaks to that, the application process and the process itself. How do we make it more user-friendly for those people that are willing to do this and wanting to do this? So I think, the point is that we will look at the process, and if there will be situations where there's no workarounds, but we'll try and minimize that and really look at how we make it happen.
Yeah, so in that case, I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. I guess, would we exclude plots where people would have to, basically build in what they're going to do? We've set up some sort of access to water, but then the use case changes and they have to move after one season. Would we exclude those as opportunities in order to reduce frustration for folks?
I think we could consider excluding, but we could also look at working with them, and if it is an agency that just wants to do it for 1 year, or a group that wants to it's 1 year is all they need. I don't know if we want to exclude them from that, but just make sure that we're on the same page as the applicant in terms of understanding, what's the duration that piece of land can be used.
Okay, so it would depend on use case, like what the organization has planned. Maybe they just want to try it out for one season in one area and see how that goes. But for folks who are sort of saying like, listen, why don't you let us actually run a little bit of a business here in some way? I mean, are we making accommodation for that? Like, that's what's a little bit hazy to me, because that's what people were asking for before. And we said, no, we can't actually accommodate that. But would this motion change that reality?
I think it would give us the tools to examine any of those obstacles and work through them.
Okay, all right. And on the second part of the motion, this is, again, a motion that was already made. So I'm just wondering, why are people still having trouble applying for the community garden? Like, why is it still cumbersome for them?
I can speak a bit too. I know it was mentioned that we can't speak through the whole process. My team does work with the park and facility development team that works on the community group-led construction process, and they have been working on options to make it easier for garden groups to build gardens, including by implementing a basic garden category that I believe started last year or the year before, and also with the pop-up garden program that we've implemented. And so there's different categories of projects, whether it's just a pop-up for one season, if a group is interested in installing a garden, applying for that, and then the city supports with providing water, for example. And then that, my understanding is that program has actually expanded with some other options through our partners in community services delivering something similar because of the success of the pop-up garden program. Then there's the basic garden category, which it has a quicker turnaround time compared to constructing a more complex garden project. So all of that information is also available on the city website as well.
Yeah. Okay. Now, last question, because this ties into the discussion we were also having with boulevardens. One of the things that we talked about with traffic calming was these sort of planters and things like that that communities could have, and the city could partner with them. Can this expand that then? That thinking that maybe we include like floral growth and maybe even just planters at our gardens in order to help traffic calming. Could we advance this now a little bit more rapidly with this motion?
Councillor, I think that's a really good opportunity. We've already seen some locations with street labs where there have been some types of planting, but certainly this really opens up that that potential for those locations, combining not just the traffic safety aspect, but also the ability for bringing community together and making the space more livable and actually producing food.
All right, thank you. I'm out of time. I'm happy to support all of this all over again. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Any more questions regarding the motion on the floor and with the amendment be added? 3, 2, 1. So I didn't see any questions, and please call vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. I return the chair back to the Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Now we go to our next item, which is 6.6, William Horlick Park Environmental Impact Assessment Site Location Study, exempted by Councillor Jans, and I would request that we focus our questions on the environmental impact assessment and site location study only. So, Councillor Jans.
Thank you, and thank you again to the administration here. I've received a number of questions from the public, and I'm wondering, could administration outline the decision tree from here? So, if we accept this report, what is the next step?
Next step is to bring back the basically the capital profile to advance into construction.
And so, does accepting this report today justify, or rather, does accepting the report today lead to a park closure of an X duration?
Not necessarily, but we have been advancing this project on the basis of a park closure of 3 years, and we've gone through different council reports to share that information. Fundamentally, if council doesn't want us to pursue that, we'd need direction. We're proceeding down that path. The next step would be when we bring the updated cost estimate to create the capital profile to carry into construction.
So there's been questions potentially around the distinguishing what is essential maintenance and upgrade that needs to be done, and then what is enhancement. And there's still been questions from some constituents about this, and have floated to me the idea of having sort of a third-party review panel or something like that, of another putting this information to another group to sort of provide another opportunity for questions or thoughts about how this could be done differently, or to think differently about the duration, and just making sure that we've done our due diligence at exploring every potential avenue here. Has that been done, or is there precedent for that in the past?
I guess my question would be, what's the objective? Is it to try and minimize the duration? Is it trying to scale the or the construction so that parts of the park stay open? I think we've brought you our best advice in terms of who works on this. These are engineering and architectural firms that provide the best expertise in terms of the best approach to rehab the park. If the decision from council or the ask from council is to bring in others to do that work, then I would sort of want to understand the objective of these other groups, because we are tasked to come up with this plan. This isn't something that we take lightly, and I just question what would the desired outcome be.
Yeah, has the administration ever done sort of peer reviews in the past?
Just back to some of the conversation from this morning, we do value engineering assessments throughout the project. When you say peer reviews, I'm not sure what peer would review this type of work, and what scope of the peer review would be.
Yeah, okay, thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you. So, Mr. Laughlin, has there been, I guess I'm not quite sure what the contract strategy employed here. Has it been a construction management strategy? Has it been an IPD strategy, or has there been a contractor assist with some of the options on developing the scope?
Yeah, I'll see if Ms. Lattiser on the call can assist with this one. I think we've had contractor engagement, but it's, I'll just see if Pascal can add to this.
Yes, thanks, Adam. So yes, Councillor Cartmel, we have a construction manager on board. And so they have been involved to inform the determination of the scope as well as the construction approach since about PDDM checkpoint 2.5, around the schematic design of the project.
So maybe just to dig into that a little bit, there's the potential for different approaches when undertaking a project like this. The entire design could be done right to the last nail and screw and bolt, and then put out to tender. Or different strategies can be employed to, as the design is evolving, to have a contractor essentially sitting at the table to help determine the best materials, the best constructability approach, potential for phasing, those kinds of things.
That's correct. And we call that early contractor involvement, and the idea behind that is that we don't miss an opportunity when we're finalizing the design to consider the constructability components or the material selection based on availability.
So the chances that the design team has sort of missed something, or that there's, if we go the first approach and design it right to the nth degree and something is missed, a contractor tendering or putting a price for it in that project might identify those things, but hold them in their back pocket because that might provide for a contract extra after tender.
Correct.
To be cynical about it.
Well, actually, to be blunt, when we do design, bid, build, sophisticated contractors actually go through projects to see where their opportunity is for profit.
And it works against their interest if they identify those gaps in the design ahead of time, because that they lose their competitive advantage.
That's correct. Earlier contractor involvement
mitigates that.
Mitigates that significantly, yes.
So when we have a contractor essentially walking us through the project right from conceptual design through to the point of tender, then we've essentially got the benefit of that contractor mind at the table as we go through things.
That's correct.
Which does not mean there's not possibilities of coming up with a staging plan, or once existing conditions are understood, perhaps in more detail. Maybe I'll ask you this: we think we know what's going on underground at Horlack Park, but it's 60 years old. It's an old dump site. Maybe we do, maybe we don't.
That's a fair statement, and we've got many facility type projects where we experience something different once we open up the walls. This is just opening up the ground to find out what we have. So you could find something very different, yes.
And no number of contractors sitting around and providing a second review or a critical assessment are going to know what's going on underground any better than the city does at this point. There's no records that somebody has that we haven't seen.
That's correct. And I think the challenge with some of our older facilities is we're limited on the records, actually, to tell you the truth. So a lot of what we have to do, which is why we do early contractor involvement, is to investigate and confirm as best we can what we have before we get in and start the major construction.
So we've had the benefit of that contractor involvement to give us the best design possible and get us to the best point where we can today with the information available. What's the tender process? Will this be hard tendered, or is where from here?
So I think what we would do is continue the design, get us to a point where we're have got the certainty that we will want, and then it would either be a guaranteed maximum price, or it would be and Pascal just confirm exactly which options we're considering.
Yeah, so in this case, I think we have a construction manager at risk, and so we are working with the contractor to engage subcontractors for each of the packages of work and working towards a guaranteed maximum price.
And so that means that when that maximum price is provided by that contractor, that's our maximum dollar, and it's now the contractor's risk to perform the project and meet that financial goal.
That's correct.
Last question. There's a graphic on what page is this? Page 9, that shows what seems to me to be a lot more trees in the open space than there is presently, and I'm just wondering if there's been consultation with the various festival groups about the amount of open space that seems to be planned for the final iteration of the park. That's my last question. Thank you.
Pascal?
Councillor, can you just help me? Page 9 of which document?
I'm sorry, Pascal. Page 9 of attachment 2.
Of attachment 2, okay. So just speaking very broadly about the engagement, so we have been absolutely engaging with all of the event organizers and festivals that use Horlack Park. And so all of the enhancements that we're looking to make have been in discussion with those groups, and they've had a chance to input, and will continue as we work through the design. And so if there are improvements that would impede their ability to hold their festivals, we will be hearing from them and working with them to ensure that those are mitigated.
Thank you for that, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I would like to build on the question Councillor James asked. So if this today this approved, and then based on the schedule for this project will be happening, construction will happen in 2023. So that is my understanding, right?
That's correct.
So with that construction, so for this construction cost and for the budget, construction cost for the project is already built into 2019 to 22 budget, or is not yet?
Not yet. 23 to 26, and a big part of it would be out of our renewal amount that's identified for 23 to 26.
So that means we will expect to see the unfunded package, service package come in front of us?
Oh, well, I would suggest we'd actually bring it as funded for council's consideration as part of the 23 to 26.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Is funded.
We would bring it as funded,
yeah.
but as part of the 23 to 26 budget deliberation,
cycle,
council has the authority to disagree with us.
Thank you.
But we would bring it back as a recommended funding project.
Funding package, funding services package. Thank you very much. And so in terms of public engagement, so back to 2018, so we have this public engagement was completed. And then in 2021, we have additional engagement was completed. And because we do receive some like the emails and concerns, phone calls regarding the closing and for the project. So is the project construction will be conducted based on like multi-phases, and we still remaining as the main feature for the park to use?
So the approach that we've been sharing through the engagement process is that it would be a 3-year closure, and through that we would do full underground renewal, facility the various facilities renewals, the road and path renewal, and enhancements based on the different engagement that's happened throughout the development of the project. So different trail configurations, modernization at some of the facilities. I believe we've got some service road adjustments to better suit the use or the historical use based on the different levels of engagement that we've done throughout the project development.
I think I would like clarify my question again. So the question actually from the residents I received is like full closure or just a partial, and then they still can use some like features and from the park, or they cannot use at all.
So it's a full closure. However, as part of the trail system, trail connections are being maintained during construction between the different parks that connect to Horilac Park. But in terms of access to the park, it would be closed. Use of the different amenities in the park would be closed, but the core trail system would be maintained.
Okay, so including the bridge access?
Correct. To Emily Murphy Park. Yes, that would be maintained.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. I just have one quick question in regards to speaking with festival user groups. There was some concern. This is not the final version of the design. There will be further engagement with them, and I think you also spoke about the service roads. That's been one concern that's been identified to me, is that it doesn't have the loops that it used to have for the big trucks to turn around in.
So there's been ongoing engagement with festival groups. Pascal, is there still more work to be done on that?
Yeah, so we continue to work with them, absolutely, and we will validate the comment around the access, but our aim was to improve the access for the festivals, including for ability for large vehicles to come in, including the buses that serve like heritage festivals, for example. And so we will definitely continue to work with them to ensure that we meet their requirements.
Okay, and the surface as well, they were, I think, concerned with gravel compared to pavement in around the
current. Okay, the current plans are to improve the paths, and most of them would be either concrete or asphalt.
Okay.
And so we can again take away some of those, and the project team is always open to having the discussions with the festivals around any concerns they may have.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So that is it for the questions. Would someone like to move the recommendation?
So moved.
Councillor Rice moved it.
Second.
Second by Councillor Cartmel. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And we have 5 minutes, but I don't think we will finish. We could finish the item. We never know, right? So the next item is 6.7, financial assistance for economic loss due to major construction. Draft policy. Councillor Rutherford, you exempted that. We had a very good debate at the committee, by the way, on this.
I know, and I know you're going to point out that I was at a medical appointment and not
No,
there.
absolutely.
But,
No.
so
Go
I
ahead.
did miss the debate,
Yep.
unfortunately,
Yep.
and the ability to vote to it.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit surprised that this went the way it did, given the recommendation from administration and given the different context to the example in Montreal. So I guess I don't understand. So first of all, I have a question to our legal team, actually, for administration. Does this open us up to any liability on the face of admission?
think Ms. Bond is on the line.
I am here. No, I wouldn't say that it opens us up to liability on the face of admission, but I will just say that these types of damages, like if we are looking at paying economic losses, there are limitations in the Municipal Government Act that prevent us from having to pay those. So we would be opting to not take advantage of an available protection under the MGA is essentially what that amounts to.
Okay, I appreciate that. And to Ms. McCabe, I have some questions for you as well. From an economic development standpoint, is this a priority item, and what kind of resources would this take to implement, both in terms of the financial actual giving of funding, but also in the staffing time?
There's a number of priorities that we've heard from businesses, and this isn't top of the list of things that we do hear from businesses in terms of supports that they're looking for from the city. They're looking for supports in the space of red tape reduction, that it's easier for them to get to market really quickly. They're looking for supports in the areas of economic diversification and how they can support the green economy as they transition their own business. We have also, through the development of the Economic Action Plan, we've heard from a number of groups that aren't typically recognized, or we haven't typically worked with in the city, and so marginalized groups, they're looking for supports from the city in order to support their businesses. I can't speak to the resources, or perhaps Adam could add that.
Yeah, we've identified, Councillor Rutherford, to administer the program, 2 FTEs and approximately $200,000 of operating. In terms of quantifying the amount of money that we would allocate for a program like this, our approach would actually be, if council supported the policy, would be to quantify that on the basis of the parameters of the policy and the procedure and bring that back to budget as part of 23 to 26. So don't have a specific number for you right now in terms of that amount we would allocate, but from an operating perspective or to administer it, 2 FTEs and approximately $200,000.
And I did read in the report about, and again, I apologize if these were already discussed, the option for wayfinding, like giving sort of a small stipend to help with wayfinding during construction, because I think that's, do we hear that more often as a concern in terms of, because there's already policy that you cannot prevent, the access to businesses and stuff, so it's a matter of the wayfinding. Was that discussed, or if you could just highlight that concern that you hear from businesses with regards to construction?
Oh, I think that is something that we hear from businesses regularly. It's something that we try to improve with each of our projects. And then, again, if council supported a program like this, I would think that could be something that we could, depending on the timing on when the funding is provided, it could be a consideration. But for some of our large-scale projects where this would apply, we do work really hard to provide that supplemental wayfinding. For example, on Yellowhead recently, we actually installed additional signage roadside so that folks knew this road would be closed. Here's how you would access at another location.
That's great to hear. So what I'm hearing is that you're already doing that public engagement, and that through that you're identifying where the wayfinding concerns are and then addressing them through the construction. Is that
That's correct. It's an area that we continue to improve and continue to work with stakeholders to do our best to make sure that we provide adequate wayfinding.
Yeah. And then I'm going back to Ms. McCabe just for a quick question. In the report, it talked about how we can't really identify, where that economic loss, because there's so many other factors. Could you speak to that quickly as well?
It's just difficult to quantify that economic loss for each individual business, and I would say that we've got a number of other programs where we're able to identify the economic impact associated with the city's investment in that business, and has a larger return on investment as a result of the city's investment than this one that's on the table.
Thank you. I'm out of time. I would need a second round, so.
Yep, absolutely.
Yep.
So what we will do, we will stop here, and we will resume tomorrow at 9:30. All right. Until then, we are in recess.